was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing.
The day you walked away.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunately.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. Hit him, run, go. The game here is rigged. Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home.
Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
Hello?
Like a dream.
You looking for these?
Into my life.
You can't save them all.
But things are really how they seem.
What are you doing?
You're not... Oh, kid. I don't like this any more than you do, but the shit is on the fan, all right?
You can't choose my friend.
Enough! All right? Stop! Hit is one thing, but I'm gonna fucking hit, all right?
What are you doing? Hey,
Hey, stop.
Put it down.
Okay.
Now give me the gun, buddy. Please, buddy. Listen. What happened today? Hey, what happened today was a setback, and I get it. I get that we're scared. I get that we're hungry. We have to make everything last. Okay? This place will not break us. Give us time to figure this out. Give me that. Or we can do this right here, right now.
Oh. Welcome one, welcome all. We can do this right here, right now.
Yeah,
and of course, Randall having at least half of a brain, knowing he wants none of that problem at all. And I do not blame him. This is Boyd Stevens we're talking about. You don't break him.
With
but,
all the guns,
Boyd,
with 2 guns now instead of just 1.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't break Boyd. You don't break Boyd. No matter how much you try, which we have seen in this first episode, you do not break Boyd. But I get the feeling if they're trying so hard to break him in season 3, and they're starting off on the first episode with something this big, what are they going to do next to up the ante to try and break him the next time? If they're already starting this big, what else do the monsters and Fromville have in store for Boyd? I don't know, man. I think it's going to be a rough season for him.
But I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. If this is the opening move, and it's a big one. So yeah, I mean, they're not going subtle. They're not. I mean, they have been. The weather change, the food shortage, all that stuff. That's a slow turning of the screw, amping up the pressure and stuff. But yeah, man, when they start taking out Tien Chin, they start taking out the infrastructure of the town essentially. The gloves are off.
It's going to get worse. I have a feeling it's going to get worse before it gets better. And we are going to be here every step of the way, diving deeper and deeper into all things Fromville. So you know what we got. Wait, what you say here, guys? Throw on that tinfoil hat. Dive into that rabbit hole. Don't be afraid to have fun with it, because From Season 3 is officially back with a vengeance. And I have a feeling this might be their best season yet. This could be their best yet. But again, I cannot wait to relive all of the incredibly heart-pounding, gut-wrenching, visceral moments from this first episode, and take a look ahead at what we have to look forward to in episode 2 as well, as we do have some exclusive, the all-new press release stills for the upcoming second episode, which we will be taking a look at as well. But man, welcome one, welcome all. So glad to have each and every one of you here with us on this fine, fine Tuesday evening. And it looks like we have a new member of the chat. Wow, thank you so much, Thickly, for becoming a new member of the channel. Welcome to the Fromily. So glad to have you. And of course, anyone who is a member, you have access to all of our custom Fromville emojis, and we love to siphon those out every once in a while. I did forget. I think someone made a request for either a Dale one or a Fanny Pack Granny one. I already got the Fanny Pack Granny one ready to go. It's her pointing her little finger of scorn here. I do need to create a Dale one, so I promise everybody, I will have the Dale and the Fanny Pack Granny emojis up by our next watch party stream. You have my word. But yes, anyone who is a member, if you guys ever have any requests for some new emojis that you want, drop them in the comment section. I believe BK left a few as well. I'm gonna have to go back and double check those. But yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Thickly, for becoming a member. And I see the chat already knows what that means. You guys are calling for the woe. Thickly is getting the woe. Whoa, indeed. Again, thank you so much for joining the channel, and so glad to have you here. So glad to have everybody here on this fine, fine Tuesday night evening, the Fromville hour, as we like to call it. And yeah, tonight we are going to discuss. We are going to discuss deep. But before we do that, you know how we do things here. We got to say what is up to the chat and some of our early arrivals. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Let me scroll up here. Let's see who we got. Let's see who was first on this fine, fine Tuesday evening. And let's see. I have, as far up as I can go, Dana Marie. What is up, Dana Marie? What is up, Fromily? Happy, happy Tuesday. Yes, Dana Marie. And again, a big thank you to Dana Marie and Scarlett for the awesome stream that they hosted last night over on Scarlett's channel with the meeting of the minds. We had so many awesome From content creators on at once. And it was a blast. It was an absolute blast. She did some awesome giveaways. Some awesome people in the chat got to win some really, really cool From t-shirts. And we will be doing another giveaway like that probably for I'm thinking around the midway point of season 2, when we get to around episode 5. Dana does have some other giveaways that she wants to do. We are going to do at least one of them here on this channel. So if you didn't have a chance to win a From t-shirt last night, you will have another chance to win one right here on the channel in the coming weeks. But thank you so much, Dana and Scarlett. You guys hosted an awesome party last night. It was a lot of fun. That was fun. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Ravener?
Honestly, it really, really was. You know, some of those they're serious players too. I mean, you know, Real, JH, you know, they take it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the structure, the round robin questioning was perfect. It was well organized. Scarlett was on point, keeping the screenshots matching the topic, no matter how fluid the conversation got. So yeah, man, I was impressed. And yeah, do yourself a favor if you do like hearing a lot of people talking about From, you know, and serious questions too, like pointed questions where you got to know. You know, it was definitely a good time, and a long one too. It was like what, 5-something hours. It was a good one. So, but yeah, it was absolutely, you know, a blast. I completely agree.
It was. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of fun. It really was a lot of fun. It was lit, as Delsenia says. Hell yes, Delsenia. Yep. It was absolutely lit. We got Strega in the building. What is up, Strega? Good to see you as well. Lord Jeremy, when is the watch party? I've been away for a while. Well, it is so glad to have you back. We are going to continue to do our watch parties every single week, Sunday night, right here on the channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, when it airs for everybody else. We might do some early midnight ones like we did for episode 1. I don't know if I'm going to do that every single week, but at the very least, every week we will be doing a live watch party Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is the same time that From airs for the rest of the world everywhere else. So when we do the midnight ones, those are usually exclusive to people who only have MGM Plus, because if you are a paid subscriber of MGM Plus, usually you get access to the episode right after midnight on Saturday, like right when it is officially Sunday. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure how many late night, midnight watch parties we're going to do. We'll definitely do a few more. But we'll definitely be doing ones on Sunday night at 9 Eastern every single week, because the Sunday ones at 9 are pretty fun, because not only is that when the rest of the world and the majority of people are watching it anyway, but that is also when the cast and crew of From are live tweeting along with the premiere. So there's an added little, excitement to the Sunday night watch parties and watching it on Sunday night. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing a little bit of both, but you can definitely count on the Sunday one at least every week. For sure. For sure. Awesome stuff. We got Chicago Made Gaming. What is up, Chicago Made? Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. We got Kiwi Skirt in the building, the awesome mod extraordinaire, keeping the chat flowing, as it were. Very much appreciate Kiwi. We got Leo V in the house. What is up, Leo V? The first episode was good. It was a pretty good first episode. It met my expectations and even passed them in some instances. And that's the thing. I don't like to put expectations on shows going into them unless it's a show that I know has delivered incredibly quality storytelling in the past. And that is what From has been known for. Their first 2 seasons have been so good, for me anyway. I've really loved them. So I've definitely kind of set a bit of a high bar for this show compared to most other shows that I watch, just because I know what they're capable of delivering. And boy, like I said, they not only met my expectations, they definitely surpassed them in some scenes. And that premiere was absolutely great. It was about everything that I like about From was all encapsulated in that one episode last night. So yeah, really good episode, even a great episode, I would say. Even a great episode.
Just what you'd want for a premiere episode of a season. Yeah, for me, it hit the spot. It hit every mark that it needed to meet to build anticipation for what's to come. So,
yeah, perfectly. Because being coming off an extended hiatus, you want that first episode to really start with a bang and really kind of get people dragged right back into that world, kind of, recapture some of that lost momentum. Because again, From had a lot of momentum coming out of season 2. It seemed like the show was just growing in numbers week by week by week. And then, of course, we got hit with the writers and actors strike, so they had to get put on hold a little bit. So they had definitely a longer hiatus than we will usually be getting in between seasons. Like, we certainly won't have to wait as long for season 3 as we waited for season 2. We'll probably get it months sooner. But yeah, I mean, they came out of the gates absolutely blasting, firing on all cylinders, and they definitely caught up all that momentum, and I feel like even gained some more. So yeah, perfect way to start the season. We got Cursed XBF. What is up, Cursed XBF? Hello, Jeremy. I'm the son of a moderator here. Oh, that is awesome. Welcome. We love to see some more members of the Fromily hanging out here. Awesome to have you. Welcome to the chat. Hell yes. We got Delsenia in the house. What is up, Delsenia? Good to see you, my friend. I hope you are doing well. We got Scarlett in the building. What is up, Scarlett? Always good to see Scarlett again. Absolutely killed it hosting last night. Love it. Got Vic Thickley, who became a member. Awesome stuff. Love to see that. Do you think the blood bullets against the monsters might still work? Ooh, as Chaos. I don't know. I mean, they built up that whole bile bullet thing in season 2 to kind of, really just let us down. Now, I was always kind of a mind that maybe they'll find some other use for the bile later on down the road, if not like a direct weapon against the monsters. Maybe they'll accidentally stumble upon that it has some other use. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll see it again. I don't know if we'll see it again.
They just had a little bit swirling around in the bottom of that vial, but they did have a little bit left. So I mean, if they needed to bring it back into play, they have a little bit.
Yeah.
And nothing to say that they can't. Well, then again, maybe they can't. I was going to say nothing to say they can't get more. But now that the worms are out of Boyd, I don't know if he wants to go through that again. The
It's
process.
a bit risky now. And yeah, as he says, I feel like we didn't get confirmation if the bullets worked or not. I mean, it seems like they didn't work right away, but you could have a point. I mean, what's to say that there isn't some kind of slower acting thing that is still happening with inside the monsters? Just because it didn't kill them instantly, maybe it'll work as a kind of slower acting poison, and we'll start to see them maybe weaken a little bit later on, at least maybe the specific ones that Boyd did shoot. I suppose something like that is definitely possible. It's an interesting theory, too. I like it. Good stuff. Good stuff. We got Leo V in the house as well. What is up, Leo V? Welcome, my friend. Welcome. We got Vic in the building. What is up, Vic? Y'all ready? Hell yes, my friend. I am more than ready. Got Summer Girl in the house. I know Summer Girl is ready to dive in as well. I believe Summer Girl won one of the t-shirts last night over on Dana's. So congratulations to Summer Girl and to everybody else who won a t-shirt over on Scarlet and Dana's. Awesome stuff. Those look like some really cool From shirts. I can't wait for mine. I'm gonna wear it every day until it stinks.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're good shirts. I mean, they're the kind that you could actually wear and not be embarrassed. You can wear it in public and not sometimes logo shirts and stuff are a little like, ooh, I don't know, but no, those are good looking shirts. And black goes with everything.
Definitely, really good looking. Speaking of good looking, we got so many good looking people here in the chat, which is so awesome. And again, big thank you for everybody for showing up tonight and all of our live streams. You guys have been so supportive lately. Have been so many people piling in. I can't thank you all enough. Like our good pal Xavier Anderson is here. What is up, Xavier? Always good to see you, my friend. We got Henry Bemis in the building. Hey, folks. Hope everyone is doing well. Yes. Hell yes, my friend. I hope everybody is doing well. Do you think that what happened is going to impact Kenny's newly repaired relationship with Boyd? Interesting. That was definitely crossing my mind at first. I mean, because we've seen, Kenny has had such a devastating ride since he's been here in Fromville. It's hard to argue that anybody has lost more things than Kenny has. He loses his father early on. Then he loses Christy when Christy's fiance shows back up. He loses his relationship with Boyd in season 2. Although it's starting to kind of come back, it's not quite in the same place that they were before he found out about him lying about Sarah. And now he's losing the one last kind of tether to the normal world that he had left. His mother, Tien Chen, his rock. So this is going to be very interesting to see how it impacts Kenny. I almost wish I didn't see the episode 2 trailer, because before I saw the trailer, I had a way different idea as to how I thought he was going to react. But after seeing a little bit of that, I get the feeling, I don't know if Kenny's going to be, I think he'll be devastated, but it looks like he's going to be on the war path. I think this is going to send Kenny into a mode where he wants revenge. And I don't necessarily think he'll take it out on Boyd, especially when he finds out what happened. I don't expect him and Boyd's relationship to suffer too much. I mean, it's possible, but I think Kenny's going to be more in the mindset like, okay, now it's time. I want revenge. We're going after these things.
Well, and the thing about it, though, it wasn't just, Boyd as the sheriff or whatever had the, implicit duty to protect everybody in town. That's just kind of a given. But the fact that he was physically present, of course he was restrained and there was absolutely nothing he could have done, to protect her, except he was literally in the room while Tien Chen was being murdered. So that's just like salt in the wound, and Kenny's not there. He's going to get all the stuff, the story secondhand. When you're not there and you don't understand, it might, go into his mind is like, well, wait, you were there. Why didn't you do something? Why didn't you make her go inside? Why didn't everybody's going to Monday morning quarterback, but yeah, it does appear that he's going to turn that more into anger towards the monsters and, like people were saying, going on the war path. And that's good. That's the direction it should go.
He was already saying, even before Tien Chen died, one of the first things he says in that episode, before he and Jim go off, is we can't play defense forever, Boyd. So
Mhm.
Kenny was kind of already starting to get into the mindset where, okay, we can't just sit back on our heels forever and just get picked off. At some point, we need to kind of figure out some kind of weakness or way to fight back that these things have. So it
Mhm.
seems like he was already a little bit of the ways there. I think this is going to push him way over the edge to that side of the fence, though.
Yeah. I mean, he was kind of coming. I was glad that he started. At least he was talking to Boyd. He wasn't as overtly mad, and he went out when Jim was planning to leave. Boyd pulled Kenny outside, and Kenny gave him that explanation. Look, man.
Yep.
I've lost someone here. These kids don't need to lose both their parents in a week. And it made sense, but it was Kenny coming back. He's coming back, coming around. Giving up some of that anger. He was a little impulsive, a little petulant. It seemed, and unjustifiably so. I mean, I would have been furious at Sarah, but he was coming back around. But man, yeah, he's taking another knock. And actually, when we were talking, even before the season started, that we're like, who's on the table, who's not on the table. And I always thought, even before the trailer for season 3 came out, I thought Tien Chen would be safe, because I was like, man, there's no way they're going to kill both of this dude's parents. It's like that would be too much. Oh no, they'll do it.
And that's one of the things I love about the show. I know we talked about this earlier on, especially during season 1, and been bringing it up a little bit more now lately. It's just, I love that we have that feeling where anybody can go at any given point. And that's definitely the feeling I had during season 1, especially after, the Father Cautry murder and everything at Colony House. It's just like, okay, anyone could go at any given moment. I feel like we already had that feeling right from that very first episode, based on the way that they killed a very small child in a savage manner within like the first 10 minutes of the series. And again, I know I probably sound like a broken record, but I love that the show isn't afraid to take those kinds of risks, and they seem to be paying off every time they do it. And I feel like this one paid off in spades because of the way they chose to portray it. They didn't really zero in and hone in on the shock factor. They weren't relying on a shocking image to kind of shock the audience by showing what happened to Tien Chen. They more relied on just phenomenal acting and a phenomenal performance by Harold Perrineau, just watching his reaction to what happened. That kind of conveyed to us as the audience more than enough that how savage of a death that he was watching. So I feel like they played it perfectly. They didn't need to show what happened to Tien Chen. I'm kind of glad they didn't, actually. I don't really want to see poor old Tien Chen in that state. But,
yeah, that's a less is more situation. Yeah.
Less is more. Less is more indeed. Speaking of more, we got some more members of the chat. What is up? Thank you so much, Cursed XBF. Welcome. Another member of our Fromily hanging out with us. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Very much appreciate you. And chat knows what that means. I owe a whoa. Indeed. We also got Doc Hayes, who has been a member for, 15 months now. Wow. Thank you so much, Doc Hayes. Doc Hayes has been here with us since day 1 of the From streams, and maybe even before then. It's so awesome to still have you here, my friend. I hope you are doing well. I hope everything is going great for you this year. And thank you so much for being such an awesome supporter of the channel, and more importantly, an awesome and welcoming member of the chat. It's people like Doc Hayes, the people that have been here, since day 1, whether it's, especially when new people come to the chat and it's maybe their first time in the live stream, they're maybe a little hesitant to kind of engage in the chat, which is totally normal. It's people like Doc and all of the other regulars, the Kiwis, the Scarlets, the BKs, the ones that really kind of just go right out of the way to welcome every new name they see in the chat. And that's one of the things I cannot thank each and every one of you enough for. You guys have created a really awesome chat where everybody is welcome, whether it's your first stream or your 1000th stream. It's awesome to see, and that is thanks to people like Doc Hayes here. It has been a great ride with you all. Can't wait to see what surprises await this season. Yes, Doc.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's been with us through multiple different shows that we've covered too. But you're exactly right. I mean, if this is your first time watching the show, don't hesitate. If you have a question, I mean, you're not going to ask a question. Well, you may ask a question we haven't heard. That would be awesome. But if it's a question
Yeah,
we've
love
answered 1,000 times, guess what? We've got 1,001 in our pocket, so don't worry about it.
Indeed, indeed. And that's the thing. I love it. I love talking about all things from every once in a while I'll come into a live stream with like maybe a specific kind of topic. But really at the end of the day, it is up to you guys in the chat to decide what we talk about. Because that's what it is. We want to know what you guys think about this episode. Raver and I could talk each other's heads off all day. But this is a live stream. We're here to talk to you guys in the chat. We want to know what you thought about this episode, some of the things you liked, some of your favorite scenes, some scenes maybe you didn't like. And we're going to talk a little bit about all of that here in a minute. But first, we got Dana Marie with $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Dana Marie. Even if you are about to give me a compliment, thank you so much, Dana. I'm pulling a crazy mad. You guys are the best mentors anyone could ask for. You created an amazing community, and I can't say it enough. Thanks for everything. Well, thank you so much, Dana. And again, I'm just a fan like each and every one of you are. It's everybody in the chat that has created this awesome community. I certainly could not have done it alone, not without my awesome co-hosts here like Ravener and Snug and Aldous, and you and Scarlett, who helped us out a lot co-hosting a lot of streams. Everybody who's been a co-host here on the channel. And but everybody in the chat, you guys have really been the ones who have been fostering this awesome, fun community that has been growing around this show. And I can't thank each and every one of you enough for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And we also got another new member, Ashton Hughes. Welcome, Ashton. So glad to have you here, my friend. Welcome to the channel. And of course, be free to make use of all of the custom From emojis we have down there. And if you ever have a suggestion for some new ones that you want to see, definitely leave them in the comment section after the stream ends. That's usually the best place I have a chance to see them. Sometimes I won't always see them here in the live chat, but after the stream ends and the regular comment section opens up down below, if you have any suggestions that you guys want some new From emojis, drop them down there and I will definitely see them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we also got Leo V for $5. Thank you so much, Leo V. Leo V's been another one who's been here for a while. Thank you so much for all the support, Leo. You've been awesome, my friend. Much love to the channel and chat, and hope I wasn't only one that tried to Google Victor's address inside his lunchbox to see if it was real. I did too. I confess, I did too. I mean, that's how. That's the thing about this show. And I love shows like this that really kind of challenge you. And I know I've probably said that a million times, but it's shows like this that I'll always gravitate towards, compared to other shows that kind of really challenge me mentally, make me think, okay, what does this mean? What does that mean? What are they trying to tell us by showing us this? And then when it comes to the research aspect of it, like last year when we heard the Onkui word for the first time, we all kind of dove right in and started researching the heck out of it, seeing what we could find. Found some pretty interesting stuff. And if anyone wants to see my video on the Onkui definition and what it might potentially mean, I found an interesting abbreviated version of the word called Anku. And I did a theory on that you can check that one out in the channel at some point if you guys want to learn a little more about it. But it's things like that. It's after the episode ends where you kind of see some things in the episode and it makes you think, okay, let me go research this. Let's see, is Camden, Maine real? Is this real? Is that real? Yep. And so, yeah, I'm right there with you, Leo. I punched it in the Google. If I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But again, thank you so much for the 5. And thank you, everybody, for the super chats and for the new memberships. I owe you guys a whoa. Whoa! Mm-hmm. What about you, Raven? Are you similar in terms of looking some stuff up after you watch the episode to see if there's any kind of correlation in the real world?
Oh, absolutely. And like Onkui was really one of them. I was like, okay, well, is that real? And I don't remember if it was like Algonquian or something. I know like the suffix was different, or something. It was something grammatically different, but it basically what it satisfied me though, that they probably took a word and changed it, or it was definitely influenced. It was definitely a Native American word that was, it had an influence there. And I think there's a lot of that in here. And I know people love theory crafting. They'll take something and go off in a direction. But I think they're just taking influences right and left. And I mean, we've seen it again and again. Native American influence. We've seen Norse influence, Celtic influence, all kinds of stuff all over the place. I think they're just drawing from a ton of different influences. Now, do I think any one of them is the ultimate explanation for the show? Probably not. But I mean, thematically and aesthetically, they're drawing these things in, and it could be the writers doing it, or it could just be the set designers, and it could be a creative choice that they're putting in there. I noticed in the and Scarlett highlighted this last night. There was a screenshot when Tabitha was walking through the town. Way off in the distance, there was a little flower shop. Then it said Audrey's flower shop, but it had the Little Shop of Horrors. Thing, and that's just pure, that's just pure Easter egg. I mean, no, I don't think there's, a relation to this show and Little Shop of Horrors. I don't think it's the ultimate key, but it's just a cool little thing. Somebody made that decision to put that in there for the 0.25 seconds of screen time it's going to get. Man, I love it. Yeah, great. I love it. That's creativity, and it's just, it for the people that catch it, it just gives you a smile. It's like, all right, man, I can dig it.
Okay, I recognize that. Kind of, it's actually almost like it's an inside joke that only people that know it are in on, kind of thing. And it's funny you mentioned that, because I'm starting to think that all of the 4s and 7s that we're seeing in the show are exactly that as well. I don't know if because we've been seeing these 4s and 7s all over the show ever since season 1, really. And they could potentially mean something for the story narratively in the future, but I'm starting to think more and more that all of these 4s and 7s are simply just winks and nods to Stephen King and the big 4 and 7 that he has on his gate at his mansion in New England. So it's little things like that, like you said, it's nice little Easter eggs that maybe could mean more down the road. Again, if they have some bigger plan for all these 4s and 7s, I probably wouldn't be too surprised. There's a ton of them, but I also start to think that maybe it's just a nice wink and the nod to Stephen King, especially considering Stephen King loves this show personally. And him and Jack Bender, the director of From, are incredibly close friends and have been friends for a very long time. So it makes sense that we would have some Stephen King influences on the show and some Stephen King kind of Easter eggs to kind of, a wink and a nod to the horror master, as it were.
Right.
So that's what I think a lot of these numbers, and well, at least not all of the numbers, but the 4 and 7s, I think they're referring to that.
Oh, on the CB radio, we've seen Tilly with 4 kids and 7 grandkids. It's popped up again and again and again, and that's like what you're saying is a very good question. Is it relevant, or is it just? I mean, it could just be for this show. It could be a thing where these 4s and 7s pop up nonstop, not related to anything else, just for this show. I mean, 4s and 7s are going to show up everywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to mean anything. That's the other thing that I kind of like, it dawned on me last night. I was like, there is all this influence from all these different mythologies and traditions and everything. I was like, well, wait a minute. What if they're not trying to wrap this show in an envelope of any one mythology or group of maybe what if they're creating their, because how did these mythologies happen? They were adapted over time. What if this show has its own? What if it's its own thing? It's not trying to be like a Native American story or a Norse story or a trying to mimic a myth of this god or that god or whatever. What if it's just what if they are? And that is what I wish more than anything. When we talk about simulation theory, when we talk about the overall whatever, the overall reasoning behind the whole show, what if they're just blazing their own trail? What if they do have something entirely unique that we haven't seen before?
And they might.
Yeah, I thought it was possible. I thought we'd seen everything, but what if they actually have something that is going to shock everybody that we haven't seen before, or is a twist, or it's a take that we haven't seen played out 1 billion times in 1 billion shows? I mean, that would be ideal for me. That would be beautiful. So
it would.
I'm going to let them cook. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. We shall see what happens. We shall see. And yes, the King of Bane horror gotta be a wink and a nod. And I think that's what it is. I believe it was actually BK who threw the picture in the Discord the other day that actually gave me that idea. When I saw the big 4 and 7 on his gate, and I think people were also discussing it. So yeah, that was kind of again, it's nice to see those little winks and nods to kind of some other IPs, other stories that may have influenced From a little bit. We got Strega for 50 as well. Miss you, my Lord Jeremy. No homo. Been a while. Well, welcome back, Strega. Always good to have you here in the chat. Always good to have each and every one of you in the chat. And yeah, everybody is welcome here. You guys are all welcome.
What do you mean, no homo?
I think
You're a girl. It's like she's a girl.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if Strager is a male or a female, so I do not want to
She was
assume.
on she was on voice chat in Discord.
Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Awesome stuff. Jesus. Oh man. Yeah. The Audrey's shop is an actual shop in Canada where they filmed. That was something I didn't know until after seeing the episode. Actually, I had no idea that was actually a real shop. I thought that was just a wink and a nod to the the whole little shop of horrors. But then when I found out that it's like that's an actual shop up there in Canada, that makes it even more cool. And it must be cool for the production of From. Yes, they film up in Nova Scotia, but I imagine if they ever need some shots like the shots they shot for Tabitha in a regular small town, they kind of, they probably have a nice assortment of small towns in the neighboring area where they can go and film some kind of city-like scenes at. And that's probably what they did. I imagine they probably spotted that in the background and thought, okay, we are definitely putting this in one of our shots. And it's cool. It's nice to see those little winks and nods. Awesome stuff. We got Becky T as well. What is up, Becky T? Thank you so much for the $4.99. Thank you, my friend. Anyone catch Boyd called the dog Gus at one point? Odd. It was odd. I remember some people saying that Gus might have been the name on the dog's dog tag, but I never actually went back and independently verified that for myself. So if there's anybody else that did, great. But I did hear by the chat a while back when we were talking about the whole Gus thing. I do believe some people said that Gus might have been on one of the dog's dog tags, and that's how Boyd got the name. But I can't verify that for sure because I didn't go back and check myself. But yeah, Boyd was calling the dog Gus for a little while there. Was that a dog tag thing, or was that just Boyd coming up with that name himself?
Oh,
Good old Gus. Good old Gus.
See, and I think I've heard that too, and for some reason in my mind I could almost like envision him like kneeling down and like checking it and finding that. But that might be one of those things where I created that memory in my mind. I was one of those people that had thought for sure at some point that they had visually portrayed Donna's arrival story. And I thought for sure that I had seen it, but I must have overlaid that with maybe like Boyd's flashback because, going back through the seasons, they absolutely did not. It was only Donna relating the story verbally to Tabitha. But I thought for sure that I saw that scene, for a certain point. So yeah, it's crazy how they can, how things like that can happen. Somebody said it might have been like a subtitle mistake or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I never went back and actually verified for myself, but I remember some people bringing up the dog tag at one point, but I don't know if that's really where it came from. But yes, thank you so much, Becky T, for the $4.99, and I owe Becky a whoa.
Yeah, and I'll call him Gus. Why not? If he doesn't have a name yet, well, why not?
I guess he's Gus. I mean, until we find out whatever his real name is. I guess it's Gus for now, or at least one of them is Gus, because there are multiple dogs, but we haven't seen two since season one. Ever since season one ended, every time the dog pops up, it's usually just one of the dogs, where we saw multiple of them in season one. So I wonder at some point if we will learn what exactly these dogs are, because they're certainly not normal dogs. We saw these exact same, well, at least one of these exact same dogs we saw in the flashback of the 1978 massacre when Victor was a child. When he first emerges from the root cellar and sees the whole town is slaughtered, one of the dogs is there, along with the boy in white. So clearly, if these dogs are here all these decades later, then they're definitely not normal alive dogs. They might be a little bit similar to what the boy in white is, kind of this kind of spirit-like entity that is kind of trapped in this same form. Because again, no dog lives for 40, 50 years. That just does not happen. But I mean, I know this is Fromville, but it seems like time passes similar here than it does in the real world. But yeah, whatever those dogs are, they definitely don't seem to be normal dogs, but maybe we'll get their true origin at some point. And maybe we'll get the true origin of Gus. Maybe. Yeah, Boyd called the dog Gus. Yep. I like to think the dog is called Gus. Yeah, I guess at this point we can kind of just call him Gus until we figure out some kind of other definitive name. Harold said it was an error by captioning denying saying it in an interview. Ooh, interesting. Okay, little discrepancy there. That's interesting. If they're deliberately even addressing that in an interview and admitting that, that definitely leads me to believe that these dogs might have a little bit more of an important role to play in the future than maybe we originally thought. That's an interesting detail, BK. I did not know that. Awesome. Yeah, don't even worry about it. Did see it on the subtitle. Awesome. Nice. Awesome. Oh, a slip. I can remove that from my wall. Yeah, maybe. I guess you can cross that one off the old list. Cross that one off the old list. Seems like the kimono creepy lady is trying to tell Elgin something. Yes, indeed. And I guess we can start with talking a little bit about that. Because we saw this creepy, weird kimono entity. The official designation for that entity was described as, quote unquote, ghastly entity. And we saw it in season 2, of course, when it appears and starts to seemingly drown Elgin. But a lot of people are thinking, and I definitely understand this thinking because I was wondering this as well, that maybe this kimono thing was pushing Elgin under the water in his dream so it could wake him up. It wanted him to wake up. Maybe, because we saw the ballerina box appear right before this thing showed up. Maybe Elgin was in some sort of danger and this thing was showing up to help him. So I thought that was a pretty interesting theory. And the only thing that I kind of makes me think that might be possible as well is because for most people, I mean, unless you're in, really, really unconscious or under some kind of sedative, most people, if you're asleep and someone puts you underwater, you're going to instantly wake up. A sleeping body cannot hold its breath. An unconscious body can't hold its breath like that. So if you are sleeping and someone puts you underwater, that will most likely jostle you awake. So I thought it was an interesting idea that maybe this thing isn't exactly trying to harm Elgin. Maybe it's trying to convey some sort of message to him. And I think that's possible. I definitely think that's possible. Similar to the ballerina that Boyd was seeing in season 2. It didn't seem like the ballerina was necessarily trying to harm Boyd. It more seemed like the ballerina was trying to convey some sort of message, maybe even how to deliver the worms to Smiley, in terms of the very specific movement that the ballerina did on Boyd in the medical clinic between showing Boyd his arm, putting the arm at Boyd's mouth, holding him down. It almost looked like a step-by-step to release the worms. So I wonder what is going on here. And I guess that will be one of the first questions I have for everybody here in the chat and for you, Ravener. What do you guys think about the ghastly entity, this new ghastly entity that we are seeing that has returned since season 2? A little bit of a different design here in season 2 than in season 1. In season 1, a lot of people were equating this monster to being somehow Fatima related. And I thought that could be a possibility as well, just considering, we saw the kimono and everybody instantly thought Fatima because she's always wearing a similar kimono.
Yep.
But now that we see it here in season 2, and especially after we got the casting call, because we saw a casting call that went out before season 3 even started filming. And we talked about it here months ago. And there was a description for a specific role that From was looking to cast for season 3. And the description of it sounded exactly like the creepy, weird, Fatima-like monster we saw in season 2. So we had a feeling we were going to see this thing again in season 3. It looks like they deliberately casted for it. And in the casting call, it looks like they were specifically looking for a woman of Asian or European descent with pronounced cheekbones. And here it looks like the features do have a little bit more of an Asian feel to it. It looks a little bit more like it's an Asian actress portraying this role compared to whoever portrayed it in season 2. Or it might have been just fully CGI in season 2 even. But here it's definitely looking a little bit different, and I think they're trying to differentiate this thing from the whole Fatima theories that were popping up. So I no longer really am convinced that this thing is Fatima related. I get the feeling this is solely going to be an Elgin storyline. But what do you guys think in the chat? What do you think, Ravener? Is this weird, ghastly entity, this kimono creature, is it here to harm Elgin, or is it here to ultimately give him some kind of message?
Well, yeah, that is one takeaway that that's the only determination I really have come to about this is, it was a red herring and it was good. It was good for as long as it lasted, but we'd never seen anything about that monster relate to Fatima other than wearing the kimono. Maybe, people said, well, maybe the hair length, maybe she was super thin, but she's only ever dealt with Elgin. So I think we can really dismiss the Fatima relation to this thing. Fatima always kind of wore it open like a robe. This one here is belted, more like a traditional kimono. The girl is, I mean, I'm gonna butcher this. It looks like a Chinese name, like Shuo Shen Fu. But the first one looked like almost like a dummy. It was way more like desiccated and thin face. This one looks like it is actually the girl with with prosthetics and CGI over her. So and if they cast it, apparently she's going to appear more than just, hopefully more than just this one scene.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
that is the one takeaway that I've actually gotten from her appearance so far in just this one episode, that we can safely, I would say safely, dismiss the Fatima relation until we see any other connection with this creature and Fatima. And it was, I mean, it led us down that road because of the kimono. I mean, you naturally make that connection, and I believe that
the
was
kimono
100%
with the hair.
intentional.
I mean, I could understand why people were making that logic. I was one of them, because it was, for me, it was the kimono, but it was also the hair, and it was also the structure of the face. It had its face kind of looked just like Fatima's facial structure. But I think you're right. I think they specifically casted an Asian actress to play the role here to probably move away from the Fatima theory, because again, I suppose it could still be Fatima related. But I'm with you. I think this is starting to look a little bit more like it's an Elgin thing solely. The
But
kimono is a creeper.
Yeah, and there's a lot more mileage to go with this thing too, because I mean, there is the fact that she's always dripping wet. That she's only appeared with water.
Which
she
is
appeared
why I
with
like this for Becky
so
T. She's from the
from the
Lake of Tears.
It would be neat if they do bring that, because I mean, really, the Lake of Tears has been mentioned a few times. Really like mainly at the very beginning of the beginning episode, when Julie was tormenting Ethan, when she was really the petulant teenager, being a total teenager, torturing her little brother, telling the story, oh, sorry, Norman's dead, he's not coming back, and
And
but
some people have thought that the Lake of Tears will potentially have some kind of healing property, because that was kind of the role it was playing in Ethan's story, that we were waiting for the fairies to come and bring Norman to the Lake of Tears and save him. So some people are thinking that maybe this thing might have something to do with some kind of body of water, maybe the Lake of Tears, and maybe some kind of healing aspect. And who knows, maybe Fatima's storyline could kind of play a role into that later on. Maybe this thing is ultimately meant to heal Fatima and this dangerous pregnancy that she has going on. Who knows? But I like the theories that are popping up around it so far. Like this, again, she's from the Lake of Tears. That definitely is one of the coolest ones that I've been thinking of as well. Kimono Spirit is a spirit guide. Could very well be. Could very well be. Elgin needs to get it together. Elgin was looking like a zombie. Yeah, he was not looking good, man. He was not looking good, because he specifically says that he hasn't been sleeping. And what's interesting about this vision that he is seeing, it's something he keeps forgetting about, because we hear Elgin say, I don't want to go to sleep because every time I do, I feel like something's watching me. And then when I wake up, I can't remember what it is. So it seems like that is why he doesn't want to fall asleep. It seems like when he's fully awake, he doesn't exactly remember this kimono creature, but he does get the feeling when he's awake that something is watching him while he's sleeping. So that feeling alone is making him afraid to fall asleep, even though he doesn't specifically remember it is this thing while he's awake yet. And that also kind of ties back to some of Elgin's dreams he had in season 2 upon entering Fromville. The boy in white sent him some sort of vision, but it seemed like for the entirety of season 2 until the very end, he just couldn't quite remember it. He wasn't quite sure of everything that the boy in white was trying to convey to him. So I think Elgin might go through something similar this season, where slowly but surely he'll start to remember this thing while he is awake, and then we'll see this storyline start to progress a little bit more. But yeah, as of right now, it seems like he only kind of sees it in his dreams, and then he wakes up and completely forgets about it and only has that feeling that something is watching him. So I can't wait to see where this goes. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and this is a super cool element, I guess, to bring in also, because just as we were saying earlier, there's so many influences of different mythologies, and there's a common character in mythologies. There's like washerwoman in Celtic mythology. There's the Llorona in Native Americans, like Spanish. kind of thing. You know, a wailing woman, someone who drowned their kids, always involving water, and always involving, you know, a woman who was like jilted or rejected or something in some sort of way. And I guess there's, you know, there's something similar in Japanese folklore as well. So it is like it's one of those, you know, common elements that appear in multiple places, you know, kind of like independently. But yeah, it'll be interesting to how extensively they convert that mythology to and apply it to this character. Is she just one of these strange things that is related to water? And again, they might be, you know, forging their own path. They might be taking these elements and doing something completely different with it. And I'm definitely on board to see where this goes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, when we first see it in season 2, the look of it was incredibly creepy, but the sound that it was making, and when we saw it in season 2 was kind of, I was kind of almost more drawn into the sound that it was making than how it actually looked, because it did just give me these kind of wailing banshee kind of cries. It almost sounded like it was a banshee's wail. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing could have some kind of banshee, you know, features in origin.
Which is a
Shadow Scout
harbinger
says,
of bad things. A banshee is always presages the death.
and that's why I think she maybe could be trying to warn Elgin of something, maybe not necessarily harming him, but warning him of something, that some kind of danger that is coming, maybe. Elgin said something happened in the Brundles. I wonder if the ghastly entity or what happened to her happened there, and she is still trying to warn him. The kimono's still at the colony house. Yeah, and maybe that's a possibility as well, that maybe something horrific happened to this person or this creature or this entity, whatever this thing was, and maybe she is ultimately trying to convey to Elgin, hey, this is what happened to me, go and solve my murder, kind of thing, maybe, and maybe from there we'll get more answers. But yeah, I like it. This is true. Spirits are seen as scary because of their representation, but usually they are there to deliver a message to guide you. And that's the thing. Sometimes, you know, people see ghosts and people equate ghosts with instantly being scary and something to fear, but that's not always necessarily the case. More often than not, a spirit or some kind of spirit guide, as you mentioned, sometimes they're actually there to help, and they're not always there to torment. So I definitely agree with you there. Delsenia says, yep, that was my thought of the water nymph. Yep, the water nymph. That was a really interesting one as well. Awesome stuff. All right, let's see what else you guys are saying. She is trying to warn / help Elgin. And then, yeah, maybe Elgin is like some kind of oracle. This thing's trying to warn him of some kind of future tragedy, maybe. Could be possible. And that owl sure is like a guide in the dark, but we will see. Yeah, we have seen the owl imagery in Elgin is very strong in terms of him crocheting these never-ending owls. Her fingernails are hella long, says Angela E. They are indeed. It could be Fatima and Ellis's baby in the future, and that was another interesting thing. That was one thing that we've been discussing on some of our streams as well. And that was when the Fatima theories were a little bit more prevalent, I guess, before we actually saw the new look of it here in season 3. But yeah, some people were thinking that maybe this could be Ellis and Fatima's baby, or maybe even Fatima herself after she gets all withered and husk and gets everything depleted out of her. And it looks like that is what is happening to her in season 3 with this pregnancy. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Ethan said the fairies would come from the Lake of Tears and save Norman. Yeah, I feel like that's, you know, that line, I just feel like it was way too specific. I mean, it could have just been, you know, a little kind of something that the writers threw in there to kind of, you know, make us chase our tails a little bit. That's certainly possible. But yeah, the way that line was, it was so prevalent so early on in the series. It definitely made me think that it was some kind of allegory or some kind of metaphor for some other event involving the Lake of Tears. Like maybe the Lake of Tears is going to be a real place that they discover inside Fromville. And we do know, based on some of these stills, that it looks like Kenny discovers a whole new body of water at some point, either in episode 2 or 3. Maybe him and Jim will find it on their way back, or maybe he finds it when they go back out into the forest to start looking for food, which they will do later on as well. But it looks like at some point we see a picture of Kenny standing on the bank of a huge body of water. It looks like it's a lot bigger than the Brundles is. So yeah, it looks like we got some more water coming in our future, ladies and gents. More water coming in our future. Golden Child says, supernatural female spirit that foretells the death of a family member by wailing, screaming, or lamenting. The name Banshee, yes, Banshee comes from the old Irish phrase she, which means fairy woman. Yes, and the she are actually very prevalent in pop culture, and a lot of things have been modeled or inspired by the she. And even George R. R. Martin and A Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones, when you think of the children of the forest in his story, those were directly influenced by the she of Irish folklore. So yeah, I like where you're going, Golden Child. I like where you're going. Listen, and I'm leaning towards it's helping or message. I'm leaning that way a little bit as well. I'm leaning more towards it trying to give him some kind of message or helping, and maybe not exactly trying to hurt him. I know we kind of get that idea because, again, we see this thing almost drowned him in season 2. He wakes up spitting up all that kind of water, but maybe he never would have woke up. Maybe he never would have woken up and spit out all that water if the music box wasn't in his dream. Seems like when the music box is present in people's dreams, that is when their dreams can somehow get pulled out from their dream into the real world. Same thing with Kenny and the burn on his arm when he sees the music box in his dream. But yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys for sure. I'm definitely leaning a little bit more towards this thing trying to deliver some kind of message. And this is another interesting one. I wonder why Tilly was in Elgin's dream as well. And this is something I actually discussed in my my episode 1 breakdown video, which I just released today. If you guys have not seen that, definitely check it out after the stream. I did a pretty in-depth breakdown of episode 1. And I mentioned that as well because it did struck me, and I know it struck a lot of you guys as well, as a little bit weird that Fanny Pat Granny was in that dream. Now, part of me thought that maybe she's simply just in the dream because Elgin's been spending a lot of time with her lately. He's been teaching her how to crochet lately. So when you are doing something so often and with repetition like that, more often than not, you're going to have some kind of dream about it at some point. That's just kind of how the human brain works. So at first, part of me thought, maybe her being there isn't really anything sus. I mean, again, he's been spending a lot of time with her lately. But then again, you hear the kind of dialogue she has in the dream, and she actually sees the creature too. So I see what you guys are saying. I definitely understand where the thoughts are coming from, that maybe Tilly or Fanny Pat Granny might be a little bit more sus than we originally think. But what did you think about that, Ravener, in terms of seeing Tilly in the dream? Did you lean one way or the other, or if it's just coincidence or something more?
Yeah, see, I'm gonna tamp down the tinfoil part of my brain, and I just say I think I mean
sometimes.
It was a decision that I think it was a decision the show made. They put him in there to make it appear normal at first. The same way, remember Mari's dream about after the Smiley autopsy? If Colony House was completely empty, if it was Elgin by himself, it would have been more sus. Putting Tilly there in a very mundane, very normal interaction lowers our guard. It makes us not expect something weird to be happening. And then when Tilly looks up and goes, oh, she doesn't look nice, or whatever she said, it's like, oh shit, that it's the same way Boyd appeared in Mari's vision of Smiley.
Okay.
He was in there. And then when Smiley wasn't on the table, and then Boyd's at the top, and then here comes Smiley walking down the hallway. It had us all thrown off. We didn't know. And of course the music box was there too. When you're talking about the, like the cicada, like Kenny's cicada and the water for Elgin, I was thinking, well, damn, Mari's lucky that her dream, that the music box didn't bring her dream into reality, which was literally Smiley. So
yeah.
But this one, I think it was it was just a cinematic device or a plot device to lower our guard for a shocking moment, like a low grade jump scare kind of thing. So, but I'm totally on board with it. It's not a criticism in any kind of way, man. I dug it. It was exactly right for the situation. And if nothing else, this girl, this monster is appearing, and she's giving us little breadcrumbs to follow. We're establishing, whether it was the music box by itself, and she was trying to stop it. Maybe she is a helpful entity. But like she
Yeah.
each time that she appears, she's kind of given us a little piece. Like, okay, well, you know, Elgin drowns in his dream. Okay, that's, you know, that's bad. But when he's spitting up water in the real world, when he wakes up, okay, now that is super weird. And that's a little puzzle piece that we attach to, you know, Kenny being burned, you know, dreaming of being burned by a cicada and having a burn on his arm. I mean, they're giving us little bits and pieces here and there. And that, you know, back then on season 2, that was all we had. So you know, this is yet another little piece. So I appreciated it. It absolutely fit into the story. It moved, you know, it gave Elgin a little bit of screen time other than walking like a zombie. And Donna completely just, she's like, I don't have time to deal with this shit. You know, she had other things on her mind when Elgin walked past.
Like feeding the town. So poor Elgin, you know, your problems are going to the wayside right now, my friend.
So,
we got
sorry, you
bigger
can't
fish
sleep.
to fry.
Here's some Salmonex or whatever. Here's some melatonin.
Here's a warm compress. Has anyone thought this may be remnants of the Garden of Eden in any of its forms, even the Sumerian Garden of Gods? Interesting. I mean, there has been some interesting kind of imagery with the whole Garden of Eden. When people saw the painting that Ellis painted, the painting in his room that we first see in season 1, we see a portion of it in the intro sequence as well. It seems like it's a depiction of him and Fatima in the Garden of Eden. We see the snake, the apple. It's very, the imagery is very kind of similar. So yeah, a lot of people have been wondering what that means. Is there going to be some kind of connection with some kind of Garden of Eden type thing? Because there are tons of biblical references scattered all throughout From. I think a lot of us have noticed a lot of those. But yeah, in terms of all of that, I'm not a huge expert in theology myself personally. It's not something I know a little bit, but I'm not as researched on it as I am some other topics. But in terms of this being in some way some kind of twisted version of the Garden of Eden, again, this is Fromville. At the end of the day, anything is possible, I would imagine. There's still just so much we don't know. But yeah, maybe indeed.
And the drawing that Ellis made of him and Fatima, you know, that was, I mean, that was direct. That was a direct Adam and Eve reference.
Indeed. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit more. Maybe we'll see a little bit more kind of Garden of Eden references in the future. And if we do, then we can maybe start to think, okay, maybe there's a little bit more to that. We got Mackie Vals. I think that drowning in the Brundles will send you to the real world, similar to the lighthouse. Maybe there's guardians of gateways to From. Ooh, I don't know. That's interesting. Like maybe there's only certain kind of doorways that will lead out of Fromville, and you have to access them through very strenuous means, like throwing yourself out of a freaking lighthouse or drowning yourself. That's interesting. That's certainly interesting. I like it. Asi or Dione Sith is Scottish Gaelic. People of the Mound, Bean, City means woman of the hill. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, Susie Greenberg is our resident Irish and Scottish and all things Fae folklore mythology absolute expert. She's like a walking encyclopedia for all of this stuff. And I love hearing her drop all of it. And I love reading when she drops all of it down into the Discord or here in the chat. It's always fun to read because, Susie knows her stuff when it comes to Irish and Scottish folklore, for sure, and mythology. We got Rob the Replicator in the building. What is up, Rob? Always good to see you, my friend. If I was Tabitha, I would have searched the internet to see if Boyd's wife was dead or not. Ooh, that's interesting. I mean, if not that, search something, right? I mean, like she knows all of these people have been missing probably throughout various cases all over the world. And like you mentioned, she knows that Abby, Boyd's wife, would have died inside Fromville. So any information that the real world has on her should probably be along the lines of them being missing. But if she researches it and finds out she's dead, then that could maybe give us some answers that maybe this thing is some kind of afterlife purgatory type thing, because that has been a pretty popular theory for a while, that people think this is Fromville place might be some sort of afterlife, some sort of purgatory, some kind of Bardo in between realm. And again, if you start researching in some of these names that are here in Fromville and find out they're dead in the real world, that does give some kind of evidence or some kind of credence to maybe people died, maybe everybody here is dead. So that's an interesting one. I like where your head's at. Yeah, see, Rob's a writer, so he thinks like a writer. He's like that. He's good like that. We got Leo V making that cast it in the water, and hopefully that'll answer their food shortage. And that's another thing I've wondered. I mean, we're seeing this food shortage get very, very bad. They know the Brundles is right there, which is a clear body of water. Kenny finds this other body of water. I mean, are we just meant to believe that there are no fish in Fromville? There are no fish in any of these lakes or ponds? I mean, we've seen when Boyd and Sarah are out in the woods, there's worms in the ground, there's bugs, there's spiders, there's regular kind of an ecosystem. There's animals out there. So I always wonder that as well. How come they're not trying to fish to get some fish? I mean, is the Brundles just completely devoid of life? Is there no fish in there at all? I've always wondered that. So yeah, it's a good question, Leo. You think there might be fish in the Brundles or in the other bodies of water? Think they could potentially go fishing?
Dude, I mean that you put your finger right on it. I mean, there all logic would say there would have to be. I mean, almost any body of water, left to itself, probably would or did. We've never seen any evidence. I mean, given what we've seen in the show, not even the slightest hint. No pole fishing, no net fishing, no nothing. You'd think when they're gathering up, livestock from the woods. And I mean, we saw.
That's what I'm saying. You're finding cows and chickens and goats just randomly in the woods. You're not going to check the pond for fish. Come on.
Yeah, in addition to trapping, which is kind of strange. Remember when, because that was the rebar that they stuck through Kelly's head was the missing element to a trap. So I'm assuming there's maybe squirrels or rabbits and other small game in addition to the straight up domesticated livestock that's wandering in.
Like the chickens. It seems like they have some chickens that Boyd talks about. They provide eggs and such. So apparently there's some chickens there as well. I mean, at the very least, it's something that they should try or at least maybe addressed, to the audience. And maybe Jim or one of the newer people of Fromville say, hey, how come we haven't been fishing for a fish? And then maybe we'll get an answer as to there are no fish in that pond, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting question for sure.
And it would have been a cool element if they're showing the ground being poisoned. I mean, it would have been, you buy a couple of fake fish at Hobby Lobby or whatever and throw them in the pond and say, oh my God, the fish are floating. The fish are dying too. It would establish that.
Could be. I thought a little bit of this as well. As Crazy Donut said, after seeing the Watchers, I'm starting to think the monsters are fairies. And I mean, it is a little hard to ignore the similarities, at least, between Watchers, the movie, and the book, and here in Fromville and these monsters. The similarities are very overlapping in terms of these things only coming out at night, having these weird underground caves that they live in during the day, these weird kind of human items down there in those caves with them. In terms of the place that they are in, being this weird kind of forest-like place that they're all stuck in with no place of escape. And they have this one building at night that keeps them safe, similar to Fromville and the Talismans at night. So it's really hard to ignore all of these similarities between the Watchers and From. Does that mean these monsters are fairy in origin? That's certainly possible. But yeah, I don't know if it's exact or if it's something that maybe they just took some inspiration from, or if it's maybe just coincidence that these two things are very similar. I suppose it's possible, but I definitely understand the fairy theories and where they're coming from after watching The Watchers. There's just the similarities are a little too close to ignore. We got Caitlin for $4.99. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Very much appreciate the support. Do we know if Victor's mom actually died? Last we heard, she was going to the tower. She could have gotten out like Tabitha. Well, we do hear from Victor in the season 2 finale when he and Tabitha eventually do reach the bottle faraway tree. Victor says that he found his mother's body right here. So if we're to believe Victor, Miranda is dead. But then again, can we fully trust all of Victor's memories considering how, unreliable season 2 has proven his memories to be? So yes, according to Victor, he says that his mother's body was discovered near the bottle faraway tree. But I suppose we're not 100% sure if he's telling the truth or if he even knows if he's telling the truth. With his memories being so warped, maybe this is a false memory that he is misremembering. Maybe it was a different body that he saw there that he equates to be his mother. I mean, I suppose the possibilities are endless. I tend to think she probably is dead. I really get the feeling that Victor's mother, Miranda, probably sacrificed herself in order to get Eloise out. That's kind of where I'm going with it, that, maybe there was just not enough time to get them both into the bottle tree, and Miranda kind of pushed Eloise into it and she unfortunately wasn't able to make it behind her. But I do get the feeling the mother is dead, but I definitely think Eloise is still alive out there. But yeah, if we're to believe Victor, apparently he has said that he found his mother's body over there. But again, it's tough to take everything that Victor says on face value after all of the discrepancies that we have been shown.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
mean,
thank you,
I'm
and thank you so
still.
much for the $4.99. I owe Caitlin a whoa. God, if I almost forget the whoa twice tonight, and shame me, Chad, if I ever forget the whoa. Indeed,
And
indeed.
Yeah, it's another like situation where we take what we've been told, and it's mainly by Victor, but it's like mom had to go to the lighthouse to save the children, and then we're going home. Those are all those are separate statements. We relate them because they're in the same sentence, but it doesn't mean. I mean, it tells us that the children. I mean, she has to save the children. She has to go to the lighthouse to save the children. Okay, that means that the lighthouse is instrumental in saving the children, and then we're all going home. But it doesn't mean that the lighthouse is also the conduit or whatever to going home. We've just made that connection, So
You would
that
think
might
it wasn't.
it could be a
If
huge.
anything, you would think there's evidence that it wasn't. I mean, if Miranda knew that they were going to the tower to rescue the children and then going home through the tower, why didn't she bring the kids with her? Why did she make the kids wait back at home? If the tower is the exit, you'd think they would all want to go there together.
Right.
But no, yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point, indeed. And again, I just there's so much about Miranda that we just still don't know. And I mean, as fascinating as Eloise's storyline is, I'm almost a little bit more fascinated with Miranda's storyline, Victor's mother, and how she knows everything she knows. How did she figure all of this out? How did she know about the Ankui children? How did she know about the tower? How did she know that she apparently discovered some kind of way out? And was the very fact that she did discover a way out is that the reason why the massacre occurred when it did? Because we have seen whatever is in control of this place, it does not want people leaving or even attempting to escape or even attempting to learn more about it. So could that potentially have been the causation or the trigger, the catalyst for the massacre in 1978 itself? Did Fromville realize that Miranda found a way out and was going to rescue everybody, so they killed everybody and started over? I don't
Right.
know. It starts to make you think if the the timing isn't a little coincidental, because we're seeing all the evidence now that there are clear repercussions for these people and for this town when they try too hard to try and escape, when they meddle in things they're not supposed to be meddling, quote unquote, breaking the rules. And we even get a little bit of that hinted at us as the audience in season 1 with Sarah and Nathan's theory in terms of if you try too hard to, quote unquote, push, this place will, quote unquote, push back. Again, we've seen so many instances of that between the radio tower going up and having a storm sent right at the radio tower to take it down. Boyd and Sarah going out into the forest and things progressively getting worse from there. Now Tabitha has outright escaped, and we're seeing the consequences of that. Look how much worse Fromville is getting. It is becoming incredibly inhospitable. They're not providing new animals and livestock for them anymore. The food is incredibly scarce. They can't even grow food anymore. The winter is coming around. It seems like it's only going to get worse and worse. So yeah, it looks like the more people try to escape, or in Tabitha's case, did escape, it looks like the conditions are going to continue to worsen because people are, again, breaking the rules, as it were.
Yep.
But,
and if it is some sort of cosmic game where there's pawns on both sides being moved around and around, Miranda escaping was essentially them just wiping the board, with everybody with the exception of Victor. So we could presume that
and whatever happened to Christopher.
Right, exactly. So we can almost guess that might be what they're getting ready to do now. I mean, that's going to add a clock element, like a race against the clock element here as well. Because I mean, even as things are getting worse, as Jade and Jim put up the radio tower, we had the storm that killed half of the crops. Then as more and more stuff is happening now, now that Tabitha's out, the rest of the crops are gone, and the weather's changing. So all this stuff is happening, and again, it was a slow tightening of the screws, noticeable tightening of the screws, but an increasing of the pressure, an increasing of the anxiety, more things to consider. You know, they're things that they took for granted. It's like the rules are changing in mid game. You know, things that they took for granted. You know, there was a very few things that they could count on. You know, but they had established an order, you know, an expectation, and now all this has gone away. Yeah, I think that I think they might directly say it, they might find a narrative way to say it, but I think coming up, you know, they may let us know that it's not just going to be, you know, some cold weather and some food shortage and this and that. They might and that might be what Jade discovers. You know, it's Christopher, you know, succumbed to the visions torturing him. Maybe Jade will figure it out, that whatever it is that that's coming isn't just going to be a little more discomfort. It's going to be a complete wipe of the board. You know,
Could be.
So
Could
I
be.
think 'cause, I mean, that is what the massacre was. You know, but again, though, even if it is some kind of, like, again, a cosmic game, and they do wipe the board, there's a little bit of agency, or a little bit of some, like, the characters and the pawns evidently have some kind of power, because Victor did survive, even if he wasn't intended to, whatever. He probably, I mean, that would presume that Victor survived in spite of the intention to wipe the board of everybody and start over. So it's interesting to see how much power these people have. You know, if it was a figment, you know, that's why I kind of, even when I have ideas that it was, you know, if it's a dream or a coma or something, that's fine. It's possible. But why would you, like, synthesize all these people's personalities and interactions? You know, if you're controlling, if it's a coma where these people are all part of a dream or something, why would they act independently, or why would they act contradictory to, you know, their own personalities? It is kind of strange. It's hard. That's why it's hard to pin down, you know, an overall reasoning. But I don't know. I'm kind of rambling, but it's just like, you know, one of these you talk this out. You know, that's how these theories go. You know, you talk it out and try to dispel it.
You got to discuss it to hopefully solve it. That is the case, and that's what's so fun about this show, is kind of coming together and seeing where we all kind of you know, overlap, where we differ, and hopefully through that kind of discourse we can figure a little bit more about this place out. It looks like we got another person figuring it out with us. We got the professor, who has become a member of the channel. Thank you so much, the professor, for becoming a member. Be sure to make use of all of the custom Fromville emojis we have down there, available to all channel members. And of course, as I say to all members, if anyone has any specific requests that you guys want for some new Fromville emojis, leave them in the comment section after the stream ends, and I will see them down there. But thank you so much, Professor, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Fromily. Welcome to the Fromily. Let's see what else we got here in the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let me scroll up here. Jeremy, the boy in white kept Victor alive, but didn't send him on missions like Tabitha and Boyd. Why? Oh, that's an interesting point. I mean, yeah, we see the boy in white is kind of actively sending people out to do certain things. Like you mentioned with Tabitha, he clearly lured Tabitha up until that lighthouse to push her out, to send her back into the real world, because clearly he has some sort of task for her. And I can't help shake the hospital and the name of the hospital that Tabitha wakes up in being St. Anthony's, and with St. Anthony being the patron saint of lost items, or the patron saint of recovering lost items. So part of me is thinking that is going to be Tabitha's ultimate purpose. The boy in white sent her back here to the real world to either bring something back that was meant to be in Fromville, or to bring someone back who was meant to be in Fromville, either Eloise or maybe even this Henry character. I get the feeling she is meant to be bringing something back with her. That is why the boy in white sent her here. Some kind of lost item. But yeah, that is awesome. That is an awesome one as well. Looks like we also got some gifted memberships from the awesome Kiwi Skirt. Thank you so much, Kiwi, for the gift of the 5 memberships. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memberships gifted from Kiwi. Looks like Grumbledore is now a member, Caitlin is now a member, Angela is now a member, Mackie Vals is now a member, and Amory is now a member as well. Welcome, 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 everybody. So glad to have each and every one of you here. Be sure to make use of all of those Fromville emojis, and I owe Kiwi skirt a whoa. Whoa, indeed. And this is an interesting point as well. In 40 years, maybe the boy in white did send him somewhere. And that's a good point. We really have no idea what exactly Victor has been getting up to in this 40, 50 plus years that he's been stuck here in Fromville. We have no idea how long he was on his own. It does say that he was on his own, that he was alone here for a while, for a long time. But what exactly is a while? What exactly is a very long time? Is that the entire 40, 50 plus years until Donna eventually arrives? Or were there some other people who arrived and were subsequently killed off in between the massacre and Donna's eventual arrival? Because as far as we know, Donna seems to be the person in our current timeline, in our current Fromville town. Seems like Donna is the person who has been here the second longest after Victor, but she's only been here for 3 years or so, just over 3 years.
Right.
So it stands to reason, what is it? What's happening with all that missing time in between? Was Victor really on his own that entire time? Or were there some other people that were, again, maybe brought here and killed off in between? And maybe Victor was sent on some certain missions here and there years ago that we just don't even know about, or maybe he doesn't even really remember about. So that's definitely a possibility. Wild Marjoram, definitely a possibility.
And we definitely know that there were people there because they were the ones that told Donna how to, hide in a bush and stuff. That's what she's said, something like, that's what we did in those days. We'd hide in the bush and hope we made it through the night, kind of thing. So there were definitely people there before her.
Oh,
but
you think that indicates that maybe Donna wasn't, when Donna arrived, there was somebody else here other than Victor?
Okay. I definitely think that there were, and I definitely think, because we were laughing about that last night. They're like, imagine being the first person to arrive after Victor, and you got this kid telling them like, hey, guess what? There's monsters, and you're gonna die. When the sun sets. Probably the first. I was joking, like the first 400 people were probably didn't believe him, and they're all dead too. Presumably he buried the bodies of, otherwise the whole town would be full of bones. If he didn't, and that's how I got so good at digging graves. Cause after the massacre, but imagine some little kid, man, he'd have to go around to any of the houses, try to find a shovel or something, and then just start dragging these bodies, dig the graves, which is not easy. That's why serial killers dig shallow graves. Cause man, digging it ain't easy. And
being a construction worker, I can promise you, digging a hole that is 6 feet deep is not an easy task, especially with just a hand shovel. It's not something that you see on Supernatural and Sam and Dean get it done in 2 minutes and it's over. It's a little more strenuous than that, for sure. But one thing you mentioned about Victor, kind of, how is he explaining to the new arrivals? Part of me is wondering, is Victor even revealing himself to those first few new arrivals? This is a kid that is incredibly traumatized at this point. The entire town has been killed. I wouldn't be too surprised if Victor was on his own there for so long, just completely staying to himself and maybe even intentionally avoiding any new arrivals that did subsequently arrive after the massacre. And maybe that is what led to some of their deaths, because Victor wasn't there to warn them what this place was, because he just was staying away from everybody. If I was Victor, I don't know how welcoming I would be if I saw people just showing up after that massacre. Being that young, I don't know if they're monsters. I don't know if I can trust them. So part of me starts to wonder if there were other arrivals and Victor just stayed completely away from them, and that's what led to their death.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be. At some point, we know that because remember when, I think it was it Boyd and Abby's first night, that they had that little like spider hole, like a Viet Cong spider hole kind of thing with sod on the top of it, but it had wood reinforcement and stuff where they were hiding, that first night, I think. I think it was them, but it was like right out in the open, but it had grass on the top of it and everything else. But so I'm trying to think, man, that's a really something, kind of like dig deeper into. like how many
Mm.
people had arrived, what did they do, what happened with them. All I'm going off of is what Donna said is, in those days, we would hide in the bush and hope that
Yeah.
in the speaking about the pre-talisman days.
And that's kind of how I took it. Well, that's kind of how I took it as well. That Donna was kind of just referring to the pre-talisman days, and not necessarily that people were there before her. But she could have been. That's very much possible. It's very much possible.
Oh,
It
okay.
seems like, it seems like this place wants people here. It wants a steady kind of number of bodies in this place. It seems anyway. We see the Colony House massacre happens in season 1, and then boom, season 1 ends with a whole new bus full of arrivals to replace everybody we lost in Colony House. So you kind of start to think that this place does want people here. And if that's the case, did it really go 40, 50 plus years not bringing anyone here and just having Victor on his own? Again, it's just there's a lot of questions going on there, and so much we just don't know, and probably will never know about Victor's time here before the story really began, when decades later, when the Matthews family arrives, because it's the arrival of the Matthews family that really kicks this story off. Yes, Boyd and his family arrived, and they definitely shaped up the town, and if it wasn't for Boyd, this place would be still a nightmarish, hellish landscape, even more than it already is. But in terms of this story really, really starting, it didn't start until the Matthews family and Jade arrived, the two cars arriving at once. And even Victor kind of says, okay, 2 cars arriving at once, that is an omen for something bad. Bad things are about to happen. So the Matthews family arriving in Fromville, they really were the catalyst to really start this story off. So you start to wonder again, I mean, was Victor really on his own all that time? And if he was, if there were other arrivals, again, would he even greet them? Because we do see, like, don't even worry about it, says Victor's he's a very antisocial person. He doesn't really like communicating with people. It doesn't seem like he likes even being around people. And we see how quick Victor is running when shit hits the fan. So, yeah, part of me starts to wonder if, yeah, there were other arrivals and Victor just did everything in his power to avoid them, and maybe that's what killed them. I don't know. I don't
But he definitely, I
know.
mean, yeah, it's very clear that he has some sort of social deficit. Maybe he didn't get, like, I mean, at 10 years old, you're what, about 5th grade, give or take. How much more education did he get after that? Did anybody make an effort to do that? And the thing is, I mean, if you arrive there and your immediate concern is survival, you're not thinking about setting up a 1-room schoolhouse for 1 kid. So what exactly happened with Victor? Like you said, he may have been left completely alone. He may have been avoiding people for the longest time. A lot of formative years, a lot of social development years were just completely deleted from him. So, and that's how you end up getting him almost being the at least a social mental equal to Ethan.
Yeah, and I would say even Ethan might be even a little more evolved than Victor is in some cases, not all, but in some cases maybe. But yeah, they never put enough dirt next to the graves either. You unearth a mountain, you really do. So yeah, I mean, you must work in construction or something similar. Maybe it's landscaping, but yeah, anyone who's ever kind of dug a deep hole, yeah, I mean, you see a little pile next to it in the movies, and it's like, no, there would be a fucking mountain there. There would be all these big ass roots and giant rocks you have to remove. It is not that easy. And so he says he had help digging those graves and moving the cars. All those rattling bodies would cause disease if not burned quick enough. He could bury them by himself quickly enough. Well, we actually did get an answer to this, actually. Victor, Scott McCord, the actor who does play Victor, he has confirmed that Victor, at 10 years old, moved all of those cars by himself. He didn't get help. That was one thing that was confirmed directly by the actor. He moved all of those cars on his own. Now, nothing has been confirmed as to the graves. We haven't learned any information on that. Did he have some help digging them? Did he have some help burning them? Did he drag them all into the Brundles, maybe? But in terms of the cars, we did get confirmation that he was alone when he moved all the cars. And that's what leads me to believe he was probably alone there for at least a while before other people arrived. But yeah, I don't have confirmation on the bodies. Only the cars. He was alone to move the cars.
And clearly enough, people have died that there's winter clothing for everybody.
Well, yeah, because Victor said, Victor did say when he was moving all of those cars, that's why Victor moved those cars there in the first place. He said there were cars already here before he got there. So clearly there were people that were arriving in Fromville before the 1978 township. There were definitely probably previous iterations of the town because, like you said, there was already clothes there. These houses were there, and Victor noticed a ton of these cars were already there before even he arrived.
Well, that's
But
where
this is another
the people
interesting.
in the massacre were. They were there, obviously.
Yeah, they were there, obviously, but the way Victor says, there were cars here even before he arrived. Victor moved all of the cars that were part of the town during the 1978 massacre. He didn't want to look at them anymore. It seemed like they were all in the town. But after everybody died, he moved all of those cars with the other cars that were already back there, indicating that there were some previous kind of some kind of people here before even the 78 massacre people.
Yeah. I don't imagine the residents would be doing that too. I mean, the residents would move them after a certain point. We did see a lot of, Ethan commented as the Matthews were driving in, why are all their tires flat? But I mean, like you said, if there's that many people and there's that many cars, it eventually would, it would become a logistics problem to even get through the town. They would have to move them out in some kind of way. But I dig it. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Just putting the pieces together. It's the world. I mean, it is super cool to think the world that they've created is a world that's lived in. That there have been people that we don't know, that lived and died and did what they're going to do that we never knew about. But we're seeing like the little, the remnants or whatever, the after effects of them having been there. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this is a very interesting one that Rob asks, and I'm trying to think back on this as well myself. Like, have we ever directly seen the monsters try and take Victor out? I'm trying to think if we've ever seen direct danger that Victor has been in from the monsters. Off the top of my head, I can't really remember. I'd have to kind of really, really think on it. But no, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know. Have we ever actually seen the monsters in a threatening manner in front of Victor? I can't think of any instance where we have.
No, the run from Colony House after Colony House opened, but like a face to face, absolutely not. I think, that was the closest. The escape out the window, with Julie, was the nearest interaction that he had prior to. Was he? And now my brain is failing me. But was he out there with the livestock? He absolutely was. Yeah,
he was out there with the livestock, and he went and saved Jade. But it didn't seem like any of them were close to him enough to do him any kind of harm.
Okay, yeah, and we don't know if that's like inherently means that they're kind of like he's protected or they're not going for him. They obviously had their own targets. I mean, they Milkman with the cow and heading towards Jade, and everybody else had their own target. So we really don't have any indication, right? Any direct indication that he's ever had a face-to-face confrontation or a situation where they could have gotten a hold of him. It's interesting, but does that mean he's protected or does it mean he's just damn lucky? That's the other question.
Exactly. I don't know. Is he protected, or like you said, is it just one of those blind luck things where he's been lucky enough to kind of avoid him up until this point? I don't know. I don't know. But it does make you think, at least. It makes me think as to what else is going on there. I mean, because I can't think of any direct interactions that Victor has had with any of the monsters that could be even close to really threatening him. But yeah, I don't know. So that leads me to believe that Victor is a pawn, and I do. I think they're all pawns in the end of the day. I do. It does. I mean, we've seen all the heavy references to chess, and we've seen the actual, not just references to chess, but actual chess inside the show itself. So it definitely, you do get the sense that maybe there is this kind of grand cosmic chessboard at work here, and the monsters and the people of the town, maybe they're just pawns on the board. And again, if that's the case, what are the other pieces? Where are the rooks? Where are the knights? Where is the queen? Who's the king? And what else is going on here? But yeah, it does kind of seem like there might be something kind of playing some grand cosmic game, and all of these people are just pawns in said game, maybe. Because I love the chess metaphors too. That they're hitting us over the head with them at this point, hitting us over the head with them. Victor may have the worms that protects him from the monsters. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, there's been some interesting theories surrounding Victor and the similar worms that Boyd has. And I think I think a lot of them started when Boyd first gets the worms, And right at the end of the episode, he's lifting up his arm, his sleeve, and looking at them. And then he looks up at Victor, and it definitely looked like Victor may have saw the worms in Boyd's arm as well. And Victor had a very ominous look on his face, almost like he kind of knew what those things maybe were, or maybe he just kind of knew that Boyd was going to be in a lot of danger just having these worms under his arm. But yes, a lot of people have been wondering if there is some other kind of connection there, because Victor had a very strange look on his eyes when he first sees Boyd lift up his sleeve, right when they're leaving the peach truck at the end of that episode. They're leaving the peach truck at the end, and Boyd lifts up his arm, looks down, and he is in shock because he's seeing all of these worms move for the first time. That's the first time he actually sees the worms manifest under his arm. And Victor's staring right at him when it happens, like only 10 feet away. And Victor has a very ominous look on his face when he's looking back at Boyd.
Yep.
So maybe you might.
That was a very loaded glance. That look told a lot. And again, that was right towards the end of the episode. They went to the real wide view right after that. But that's another one of those little elements that they put in there that's easily glossed over. But yeah, I mean, Victor like eagle-eyed those worms. So I mean, we knew that. Now he knows. He didn't really do much with it though, with that knowledge. I mean, he didn't tell anybody, but he kept it, he kept it in his mind. What was funny about that scene too, if anybody goes back and watches season 2 again, you notice when they're like far away and they're like traipsing through the woods in a line back to town, it looks like Elgin steps in a hole or something and kind of like falls into the hole.
Yeah, he almost trips a little bit. I saw that. I didn't know. It didn't seem like that was meant to happen. Like maybe it was just like kind of an accident and they kind of just kept it in there. But I did see that. It didn't look like he was meant to fall there. Almost like he stepped on a rock or, like you said, a hole and kind of tripped a little bit. I did notice that. That was hilarious. But they left it in there. They left it in the episode. I mean, which is pretty funny. We got another member though. We got Chocolate Beauty 8 has become a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Chocolate Beauty, for becoming a member. You are most welcome here, my friend. And be sure to make use of all of those custom Fromville emojis we have down there, and definitely let me know in the comment section after the stream is over if you have any suggestions for some new ones. But thank you so much for becoming a member, and here is your whoa. Hell yes indeed. Awesome stuff. And yeah, even in this episode, he jumped in front of Jade to save him from the monsters. That's a good point too. Yeah, I mean, that was a good point because Jade was about to be done. And because it seems like, and we were talking about this last night and someone brought it up, that seems like that was the first like up close and personal interaction Jade has had with the monsters up until this point. Like, yes, Jade has been seeing a lot of weird and a lot of trippy shit. But in terms of Jade becoming, ever coming face to face with any of these monsters, he hadn't up until this point, until that scene. This was the first time he was just face to face with these things. And of course, the milkman monster takes out the cow, and Jade is just left in utter shock. He's just frozen. He's not moving. He's just completely frozen. These monsters probably would have killed Jade if Victor didn't pop up and save him. So yeah, you make a very good point. Victor kind of came in clutch there. And I mean, did he do it because he just wanted to save his friend Jade, even though it's, kind of weird to call Jade Victor's friend. But, Victor does have that kind of heroic side to him as well. He gets scared a lot, but it seems like Victor gets scared about everything other than the monsters.
Right.
Which is one thing I thought was very strange. I mean, even when he's down there in the caves at the beginning of season 2 with Tabitha, he's not afraid of the monsters at all. It's not until he sees that damn doll that he becomes afraid. And welcome, Rob, the replicator. Good to have you.
Guys, what's going on?
How's it going?
What's up,
good
man?
to see you
It's
guys.
good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Good to hear
I
from
missed
you.
you guys. Man, it's awesome to see your
too.
chat is just going off, man. I'm so impressed. It's great.
It's such an awesome group. Awesome group that we have. I'm super lucky and super humbled that anybody would choose to come and hang out here. And the fact that anybody does is absolutely awesome.
You're killing it, man.
Thank you.
We need to get some of the stars of the show on this show somehow.
I've
We
been
know
getting
they
a lot
do
of
it.
requests.
Yeah,
I've
we
been
know
getting
they
a
do.
lot of requests, and
I, s-
I'll make it happen at some point. I will definitely
I
make it happen
saw
at some point.
what's his name? Harold.
Fair
What's
enough.
his name?
How,
Perrineau.
yep, how
Yeah,
apparently.
he was on a fan show just the other day. So yeah, man, let's make it happen.
Yeah, I'll make it
Yeah.
happen. I will make it happen at some point. At some point, I haven't tried to reach out yet. But at some point, I will try to reach out and see if we can get someone on here. I would love to get one of the actors on here, but even more than that, I would love to get one of the writers on here, particularly John Griffin. I mean, John Griffin is the head writer. He created this entire baby. It's his brainchild. He's the only one, maybe Jeff Pinker too, being the showrunner. They seem to be the only two that really know the ending and where this thing is going. So I would love to get one of the actors on here, but part of me would almost want to talk to one of the writers a little bit more and kind of pick his brain. And I mean, I imagine you could understand that as well. I mean, you're a writer yourself. You've written tons of graphic novels. But yeah, what was your kind of overall take on the first episode for season 3, and where do you think this episode stacked up to previous episodes?
I loved it. I think I actually didn't really like the season finale of season 2, but I love this one. I thought it was sick. Just it answers one question and then makes you ask so many more questions. It's great. Yeah, like that's what I would do first. Like if I was Tabitha, I would want to know if Boyd's wife is dead. As an example, could be anyone else that's died, but find out is she actually dead in the real world now? Because that means if she's dead, then if you die in there, you're dead. So that would give you like one answer to a question that you could actually get there. You know,
something tangible. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's one thing. Yeah, and that's one thing that did kind of come under, a little bit of criticism. Not criticism, but some fans did have that kind of comment coming out of season 2 where they wanted a little bit more meat on the bone. They wanted a little bit more kind of narrative plot development, move this thing forward a little bit more, give us some definitive answers. And it seems like they have listened. The head of MGM has been stating it. The showrunners, John Griffin, all of the cast and crew, they have been stating over and over and over again that this is going to be the season where we finally get some definitive answers and answers that actually mean things. So yeah, I can't wait. I think this might be their best season yet. This has definitely been one of my favorite episodes they've done yet. This is probably my favorite episode since season 1, episode 7, when Father Cautry dies and the Colony House massacre happens. That's my favorite episode overall so far, but this one might be my second favorite.
So
it had everything.
It was brutal. I liked your video, Jeremy, where you said that they focused on Harold Perrineau's face and his acting, as opposed to looking at the chick, I can't remember her name, getting killed. Because I mean, we've seen people get killed before. There's nothing really new to it, but that was brilliant. That was a really good choice from them.
Yeah, it was a great choice, and again, I can never sing Harold Perrineau's praises enough in terms of just a phenomenal actor this guy is, because he really can do it all, from the big action sequences to the kind of more kind of intimate human moments to something like this where he's just showcasing a wide range of emotions with very little dialogue, simply with body language and with facial facial expressions. And yeah, I very much applaud them for them resisting the urge to show that gore, because I have to imagine it was something they probably talked about. Like when this scene was written, I have to imagine they discussed, okay, how are we going to actually showcase this scene to the audience? Do we actually show what's happening to Tien Chen, or do we play it another way? So I really applaud their restraint to not just kind of lean deep into the gore and to kind of play it a little more cerebral, and again give Harold Perrineau a chance to really showcase his acting chops. And boy, did he knocked it out of the park with that scene. You could just see the raw, visceral emotion on his face that you can just tell he's so helpless to see this. But not only so helpless, he knows it's his fault that this is happening to him, happening to her as well. And that is something that I think is probably affecting him the most. Not just the tragedy nature of poor Tien Chen getting killed in this gruesome manner, but knowing that he is directly the cause for this happening to her, because he said this place can't break him. And now the monsters are taking that as a personal challenge. So it's going to be interesting to see episode 2. And this is one thing I've been wondering. and I'll ask both of you guys, and I'll ask the chat as well, what you guys think. When episode 2 starts, I wonder how they are going to play it. Will they actually show Tien Chen's mangled body? Like, will us as the audience actually get to see what the monsters did to her? Or will it be one of those things where we only see her body wrapped up in the cloth like we see in the trailer? Do you think they'll actually show the gore, or will they kind of keep it the same way they've been going?
I see it looking a lot like Lauren. I think they might flash to it just for a fraction of a second. They definitely aren't going to continue with the, because we cut mid death of her. They're definitely not going to continue it on. But I think they might flash to it with her all, mangled and opened up and stuff. Because he does. I think that would be skipping too much, actually, because we're gonna have, and it might be when Jade is freeing him. Jade might glance over and see it, so it might be for the benefit of Jade to see instead of not so much just us and Boyd seeing it. But we see that his body or his shirt is covered with blood, which I assume when in the wheelbarrow scene, which I assumed very much like when he was picking up the pieces of Frank, he gets blood all over himself. So I think that we might get a glance of Tien Chen in a messed up state. And again, it'll be a little, when she's dead, it'll be a little less gratuitous, I guess, than it would have been, if they keep showing her. I mean, if they show her alive in the process of dying. All we need is a little glance. All we need is a little whatever to establish exactly what happened. But I think they'll, it'll be Jade, the interaction of Jade freeing him the next morning, and then somehow, I mean, they may skip the the logistic part of her of gathering up the wheelbarrow, wrapping her up. We do see him carrying her in a scene, but that might be taking it to the that might be immediately after the barn scene, or it might be like prior to the funeral. I'm not exactly sure when the carrying scene, the wrapped up carrying scene, but we know there's the wheelbarrow scene too. So yeah, but I'm that's that, but making a short story long, that's my guess. Yeah, we'll get a glimpse, a glance, but not a whole lot more than that, I think.
Kenny is going to be so pissed off.
Oh man.
When he comes back home, god damn.
Yeah, Kenny is going to be pissed. And before we move on to Kenny, do you think they'll actually show the body, Rob, in episode 2? You think we'll get a little glimpse of it, or do you think they'll kind of just show it in the cloth when Boyd's carrying it?
Oh, that's a good question. I reckon they might show it because she's like a really kind, popular character. So just to demonstrate how brutal this world is, they might show what the monsters did.
Okay.
I reckon that would be sick, actually.
It would be. I mean, and again, part of me kind of doesn't even want to see the state that she's in, but like you mentioned, it would kind of showcase, to the rest of the town and to us as the audience, like you said, just how dangerous this place is and how graphic it can get. And I think that's why they really opened up the entire series, episode 1, season 1, with the scene that they did in terms of that poor young girl, Megan, getting absolutely eviscerated. And we see her whole rib cage just torn completely out in that very first episode. So it seems like they were kind of prepping us. They're letting us know early on, you guys are going to see some gore every once in a while. So be prepared. So yeah, you might be right. We might get a glimpse of it. We might get a glimpse of it.
I think especially too, considering the fact they didn't show it happening and they just showed Boyd, that they'll like use that as a reveal of like, yeah, this is messed up. This is what they did to her.
Messed up indeed. And yeah, I was actually saying something similar to this as well. I 100% agree with you. I wasn't thinking about the post office. That would be a good idea too. But part of me was thinking, why are they not, knowing the situation, knowing the food shortage is getting worse and worse and worse, knowing these animals are one of their last means of resources to sustain themselves, why are they even leaving these animals outside in the middle of the night with no protection. And not only that, we got the cold moving in, so it's going to get colder and colder out there. They got a big old barn right there that they could easily secure, throw all of those animals, all of the livestock inside the barn, hang up a talisman inside of it, so that way the livestock is safe at night. This is their greatest resource. The fact that they didn't take measures to protect it, knowing that there are freaking monsters coming out of the woods every night to hunt and kill them, that was one thing I was a little surprised by. They should have been taking some kind of defensive measure to protect these animals. And I mean, we see that Randall is in the bus all by himself with his own talisman. Sorry, Randall, you don't need your own talisman, buddy. You can go back to Colony House with everybody else. Take the talisman that's in the bus that Randall was using and use it to protect the livestock. I feel like that talisman would be much better served keeping the livestock safe than just keeping Randall in his own bus. But that was just my take on it. So yes, I agree with you, Professor. They should have been keeping these things safe.
Is it kind of like, is it simply they just didn't think the monsters would do that? Like they just thought the monsters were there to kill them?
Probably.
Presumably
that just didn't cross their mind.
Yeah, I mean, presumably up to this point, the livestock was, out. It was still in a corral, but but it was, so it wasn't running loose, but it was still open, open to the air, and it just is one of those things. Just like the weather changing, it was something. The rules are changing on the fly, and the residents aren't ready for it to happen, or are not expecting it. So all this stuff that's coming is going to be completely unexpected, just because it's completely out of the ordinary. So, we assume, because they didn't. I mean, that barn isn't big enough for all the cows, all the sheep, all the goats, all of everything, every single night.
It's a pretty big barn. I think they could have fit everything in there. I mean, the cows are really the only thing that take up a whole lot of space. Then you got mostly goats and chickens. So it doesn't look like it's a tiny barn. I think they probably could have fit everything in there. They don't have a whole lot of livestock either. They're down to kind of limited resources there. And even if they can't fit all of it in there, at least fit, as much of it as you can in there, so something is safe. Because like Thickly says, the fact that they had faith that the monsters would never even mess with their food supply is kind of wild, especially considering Boyd and his background. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He's the kind of guy who is the one that is perfectly suited to kind of bring this town together, and he did. So you would think at least one of them, at least it would have crossed one of their minds at some point. Hey, if these monsters really wanted to do a number on us, they'll attack our only remaining food supply. So I found it a little weird that they weren't taking some kind of defensive measure. And even as Susie says, if Randall sleep in the damn barn with the freaking animals, you can be guard. You can keep guard.
But even up to this point, even when it was just crops, even when it was like the Colony House crops and stuff, it doesn't have to be poison ground. If they're out at nighttime, they could trample the stuff if they wanted to do that.
Yeah. And that's another thing. It seems like the monsters are actively evolving their tactics, where at first they're kind of, they're killing people. Before they find the talismans, they're kind of screeching all night, using scare tactics to try and get people to reveal their location. Then the talismans get found, and they start relying a little bit more on their kind of human forms and their powers of persuasion and manipulation to willingly let people in. But now it seems like they're evolving a little bit even more, where they're starting to come up with active and pretty ingenious plans to draw the people out of their houses at night, like letting the animals out. They had to know that this is probably a good chance that we can get people outside at night. This is one of their only remaining food sources. So if they are going to risk coming outside at night, it's going to be for something important like their only food source. So it's interesting to see how the monsters are continuing to get smarter. They're continuing to kind of evolve which tactics they use to get at the people. And I can only wonder what's going to be next. What's going to be the next move that they try and pull. If they're trying to break Boyd, which it seems like a big portion of this is they do want to break Boyd. They don't want to kill Boyd. I mean, we even hear, good old cowboy monsters say, we're not going to kill you, Boyd. That'd be no fun in that. They want to break him. They want to break down his spirit. They want to break him down mentally, torture him psychologically. And like we were saying earlier, if they started off with such a big bang like this in episode 1, what else do they have in store for Boyd and the rest of the town to continue to try and break them down? I imagine it's only going to continue to get way worse from here. Way worse.
I just want to touch on Victor quickly because you guys already talked about it. There is no way that a kid is surviving 30, 40 years by himself without a talisman in that place, without some sort of agreement or something going on that they're not interested in him. It's can't happen.
It's weird. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. I mean, even with Victor saying that the boy in white kind of helped him a little bit in the beginning, at some point, like you mentioned this the other night, Ravener, at some point, the boy in white just completely disappears and Victor's just completely on his own. Because when the boy in white eventually does return and waves hi to Ethan, Victor's surprised that he's back, which indicates Victor probably went a long while without the boy in white, just by himself. So yeah, I mean, you make a really good point. How exactly did Victor manage to survive with no talisman, completely on his own, a 10-year-old kid with probably very minimal survival skills? How did he survive this long on his own? I feel like there's some other kind of data point that we don't have yet. There's something that needs to be revealed as to why Victor survived so long. Unless it's just blind luck. Something else might be going on there.
Susie Greenberg says peaches. Yeah, that might be the answer.
The peaches.
Yeah, he's stocked up on peaches, and that's a force field of some sort, maybe.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe he wasn't alone, as Angela E points out. And I get the feeling at some point, it seems like he was alone for a while, but I have a hard time believing that he was on his own the entire time until Donna arrived. And like you guys mentioned earlier, I mean, there's even some indication that maybe when Donna arrived, she might have not even have been alone. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it is revealed at some point that there were some other arrivals before Donna and after the massacre that maybe just didn't make it all the way to our current timeline, maybe.
Where are you guys on? Sorry, keep going.
Oh, yeah, no worries. We got Jennifer Grover for $5. Thank you so much, Jennifer Grover. Very much appreciate the 5, my friend. I hope you are having a phenomenal evening. Hi, Jeremy, panel, and chat. Well, hello to you as well. Again, I hope you are having a very fine evening, staying safe, staying warm, and enjoying it with friends. And thank you so much for the super chat. And I owe Jennifer a whoa. All right, but sorry, what were you going to say, Rob? Sorry.
Where are you guys with the kimono ghost creature lady thing? What are you thinking about her?
Yes. Man, I mean, before seeing this episode, before seeing how the design has kind of changed a little bit from season 2 to 3, when we first see it in season 2, it seems like a big portion of the fandom, or at least a sizable, maybe not the whole fandom, obviously, but there is at least a popular enough theory that this thing was in some way, shape, or form connected to Fatima. People saw the similarities that it kind of shared with Fatima in terms of both wearing the kimono, the hair length, the kind of facial, pronounced cheekbones, which looked a little similar to Fatima's. So I wouldn't have been too surprised if it was Fatima related, just going off that one shot in season 2. But after seeing it now in season 3, and seeing that it has a little bit of a different look, it seems like there is an Asian actress actually playing that role in season 3. And again, we always like to point out the casting call that went out from season 3, put out a casting call before they started filming, and they were specifically looking for a woman of Asian or European descent to fill this role. The description of the role was ghastly entity, and the description of it sounded exactly like this thing that we saw in season 2. So a lot of us thought we were going to see this thing again in season 3, but it looks a little bit different. It's not the exact same design that we saw in season 2. It looks like, again, it looks like there's more of an Asian actress playing it in season 3. So now I'm not so sure. I don't really think there is any kind of connection to Fatima anymore. I think this thing is solely some kind of weird storyline that only Elgin is going to be privy to, at least in the beginning. And I guess the question is it trying to help? No, sorry, go ahead.
What's the deal with the water, though, that comes off her? That's weirding me out, man.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's super freaking weird. And both times we've seen it, it's been related in some way or another with water, whether it's the first time we see it and she's pushing Elgin under the water, or here, like you said, she's kind of covered, dripping in water when she goes to touch him. Now, I feel like there's got to be one of two answers. Either this thing is malevolent and it's here to kind of torture Elgin and maybe harm him, or maybe it is ultimately trying to convey some kind of message to Elgin. Maybe there's something this thing is trying to tell Elgin, and maybe it's not so much of a threat. But I don't know which one it is. I mean, it's hard to go one way or the other. When you see it kind of push Elgin under the water, you think, oh shit, it's trying to drown him. Of course this thing isn't trying to help. But if that thing was if that thing was specifically trying to wake Elgin up, then pushing him underwater makes a little bit more sense, because someone who's sleeping can't hold their breath underwater. They would instantly wake up if that happened. So again, I kind of go back and forth on it between everybody in the chat bringing up some very interesting ideas and everything I've been seeing. I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like it could be either or, whether this thing's here to help or whether this thing is here to harm Elgin. But what do you guys think? Do you think this thing is here to help or harm? Or something else entirely?
I'm open. I definitely think that they made a deliberate choice in showing her while he was in the water, and kind of like drowning him or doing whatever to wake him up. Now the appearance in the episode 1, having the water dripping off of her independent of the bathtub, that was a deliberate choice, and they are telling us something by adding that water to to the appearances of this creature. So they're definitely deliberately making that decision, deliberately giving us that connection. Is she trying to help him? I mean, it's weird. I mean, I guess if a spirit thing, I mean, maybe she doesn't have control over the form she takes, so she looks ghastly and horrific, and we're just naturally going to assume that things that look like that are not helpful. Maybe she is. It's entirely possible that she's helpful, and we're just we just automatically assume that things that look like that, and especially given his previous interaction with her, seem to be menacing. But yeah, maybe she, it's entirely possible. We just kind of have to wait and see. And we kind of definitely have a feeling that, she is going to be a recurring character in his dreams, especially if he is, walking like a zombie and not being able to get a full night of sleep. It feels like he'll be, it's not like he's going to have to wait till bedtime every night to envision this thing. I mean, he'll be crashing out in the middle of the day on the couch. Just he is sleep deprived. So she'll be popping up probably at any given time. It'll be independent of everybody's bedtime. So it'll be cool to see what they do with her. Rob, what do you got?
Yeah,
Susie Greenberg's got a good one. She says if she's Naid, they are water nymphs. They don't really have any intention, more of an oracle. What I thought was, I thought we'd probably get a flashback at some point and we'd see this person normal and she gets drowned somehow. That's what I'm feeling.
Okay. And I like that idea. I like that idea. Like maybe she is potentially trying to reach out to Elgin to maybe, convey to him what happened to her. Maybe Elgin is ultimately supposed to solve what happened to this poor woman. Maybe. I think that's an interesting theory. I think that's an interesting one. But yeah, no, I like Susie's as well in terms of this thing potentially being some kind of oracle, some kind of foreshadowing of something to happen in the future. And maybe that's the case. Maybe there's something coming down the road that she is trying to warn Elgin about. So I like that too as well, Susie. Good stuff. Let's see what else you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, she might be, as far as we know, she might be a previous Colony House resident too. Elgin wouldn't know. It would take one of those round tables where everybody sits around and trades knowledge. Like, I mean, that was one of the classic moments. One of the best moments was Boyd, giving Jim the heads up about the lighthouse and everything. Finally, sharing some info. But if he starts describing,
not enough, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if you see the spider webs, you're on the right track.
Why they didn't consult Victor there, I still just do not understand. You know that Victor brought Tabitha directly to this bottle tree at the end of the season 2. Jim knows that it was Victor who led her where she went. Now, season 3 starts. Your main objective is to go and find where Tabitha is. You mean to tell me you're not going up to Victor and you're not asking him, hey, where did you bring my wife? Where did you send my wife? Can you take me where you took her? No, they just go randomly out there searching for this lighthouse on Boyd's instruction, where Boyd knows nowhere near as much about this place as Victor. So that I had a real problem with that scene. Why Jim and Kenny didn't consult Victor, especially Jim, because again, Jim knows that it was Victor who sent Tabitha there, who guided Tabitha to that tree. Why did they not consult Victor as to say, hey, where did you leave Tabitha? Take me to where you took her, and I'll try and find her from there. It made no sense.
Well, I mean, prior to the episode, I mean, we were talking about, like, basically Jim knows Victor takes out Tabitha out into the woods and then returns by himself. And that would be like, and then he comes up with the story like, yep, put her through a tree. She's evidently going to the lighthouse, and she must be, it's you would think that Jim would be a little bit suspicious about that. Oh yeah, this guy went out into the woods with my wife and then comes back without my wife. It's like, oh, hold up, man. I'm going to be asking you a few questions there, Victor, and you're going to be answering. You're like, none of this. I don't want to talk about that.
That whole plot point doesn't make sense though, because like as a dad, there's no way you'd leave your kids to go find your wife, especially in this place, like where they can die that very night. And then like you said, the whole thing with not talking to Victor about where to go. That was a really weird plot point. I thought it was kind of just not logical.
Yeah, and 20 minutes after bunking up, yeah, like as soon as he bunks up in that little hut with Kenny, he's like, I think this is a bad idea. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't
be out here. Yeah. It's like, now you realize this? Now that there's some weird thing tapping on this freaking cabin outside at night, now you're finally realizing that maybe you should be back in that town that's full of monsters protecting your children. Maybe you should be there. Yeah. And he does make up a good point. I mean, he is right. Tabitha would not want him out there. I get that the only reason he went out there wasn't to really service his own need to get his wife back. He felt like his kids needed their mother. We saw Ethan in the state that Ethan was in. He saw Julie was clearly, starting to shut down and shut everybody out. She wasn't talking about what happened to her. So I do at least applaud Jim in terms of the reason why he went out there to look for Tabitha. It wasn't really anything selfish on his part. He just thought his children needed their mother. So I do kind of respect that to one certain degree. But on the other side, like you said, you die, these kids are orphaned now. So it's a big risk. It's a big risk.
And look, I'm not trusting anyone with my kids in that town. I mean, come on. Maybe Boyd, but
honestly, the only person I would trust with my kids in that town is now gone, Tian Chen. She's literally the only person I would have trusted with my kids. She seems to be one of the only characters that is just outright pure of heart through and through. And I feel like we get a glimpse of that in season 2 with her interaction with Sarah. When Sarah comes to the diner to collect her belongings, Tian Chen says, I took care of you and you put hate inside me. And I love that line because that tells me hate is such a foreign emotion to Tian Chen. Hate is something she just never even really experiences until Sarah put hate inside her for killing her husband. So that kind of just showcased to me that she probably is the purest soul in here. So I would trust Tian Chen with my children. If I had children, I don't have any kids personally, but I would trust her. But now she's gone, unfortunately.
See, and that's the thing. She was even taking care of all. I mean, even though even though Sarah had hurt her as bad as anybody could possibly hurt her, she was still taking care of Sarah's possessions in that box. Any normal person will whip that box out into the street and said, forget this. But yeah, she was ultimately the good person.
She was. She's gonna be missed. We got Eric Grant, who's been a member for 15 months. Hello, gentlemen, and Rob. What is up, Eric Grant? Good to see you, my friend. And yes, hello, gentlemen, and Rob. Man, Rob's still getting it. Still getting the shit end of the stick. We got
not Robtober yet.
Not Robtober yet. We're getting close. We got Jennifer Grover for $20. Wow, thank you so much, Jennifer Grover. Very much appreciate that, my friend. Jeremy, I seem to not be able to go back and say hi to all my angels because I think I suck with technology. Oh, no, you're great. You're absolutely great. But anyway, I apologize for this. For the angels, I didn't personally say hi to. Love you all. Well, thank you so much for that, Jennifer. And you always light up the chat every time you come in. You're incredibly kind to everybody. And I very much appreciate the support you have shown us over the years. And no, by no means, you don't suck at technology. I suck at technology. You are absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. And thank you so much for
it's been a while.
Yeah, it's good to see Jennifer Grover hanging out. Indeed.
Familiar faces.
And I owe her well. I owe
Oh,
her
whoa.
a whoa. A good whoa. Thank you. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I mean, we really do have an awesome group that comes here. And again, it just blows my mind that anybody would kind of want to hang out here. But I really feel like people are hanging out here because of you guys down in the chat. It's just so awesome to interact with fellow From fans, to kind of dive into these things, theorize, see where this thing is going to potentially go. And yeah, you guys have been absolute rock stars in terms of making this little small community turning into what it's turning into. So again, big thank you to every single one of you. And yeah, I'm right there with you, Ronnie. I want some Tien Chen orange chicken. I mean, we do hear that she was very skilled at what she did. I mean, what is it that Sarah says in season 1, that she can make a Salisbury steak out of a tire iron? I don't know how that's possible, but I would love to see it. Yeah, she seemed like she was good. She seemed like she was very good at what she did. Awesome stuff.
Here's a question for you: does the town they have, like where they are, does it actually have a name? Like, can Tabitha
not that we've seen
search for the actual town in the real world and see what it looks
like? That would be, I mean, if the town did have a real name, and that's one thing I've been wondering. Like, are there any street signs on any of the streets? I haven't even seen any street signs.
It has a post office. Surely it has
got a damn post office.
That would be front and center too, man. That would be front and center.
And check out some of these dates in the post office. Is there mail left behind? Is there anything in that post office that may indicate where this town might have originally located? That's a very good idea, Rob, because yeah, I mean, look at all these things we see. We see a post office, an elementary school. It seems like this place was some kind of small middle America town at some point. So yeah, if they ever were to find out the name of it, or at least some of the street names or something, it would give Tabitha at least a much more definitive data point to start her search off at. So no, that's a very good point, man. Very good point.
I was going to follow up, Rob, with your question about Abby. Now, okay, like Boyd, the whole family, Boyd, Ellis, Abby, are all missing. Okay, so if she dies in Fromville, do you think that? I mean, do you think that like her dead body would appear in? I mean, how would they check in the real world if Abby is actually dead? Would her body come flying out somewhere and be found somewhere? Or
and where would it be found too? Like,
right.
I mean, a body could just turn up on the other side of the country and it might not ever get identified.
Right.
Maybe turn up in the exact place where they originally disappeared into Fromville in the real world, maybe? Like spit out right where they came in, even?
Could be out in the road, you know?
Yeah,
that would be pretty conspicuous.
I mean, if Tabitha can look up and see if there's just this rash of random bodies showing up in the middle of the road all over the country, maybe that's a place to start searching.
Yeah. Or I mean, but at the very least, I mean, she could start following up on the just the people in general, like the Matthews family missing, Christy and Marielle missing, and just see what the status of the search for them is at.
Yeah, good point. I mean, because I have to imagine Tabitha knows a lot of these people's names. She's been here for a little while. It's a small town. I imagine after a while, everybody knows everybody. And she clearly knows Victor's last name. She sees it written down in the lunchbox. That directly leads her to Victor's house. And boom, she gets a massive answer and finds Victor's freaking father. So yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. If that's what she found with one single name, what else could she potentially find if she starts researching some of these other people's names back in the real world? What other kind of trail could that lead her on? So no, I like where you guys are thinking.
I guess where your head's at. She is kind of a little bit on the clock, though. I mean, she found Victor's address and wanted to go directly there because realistically, she's homeless. She has no money and no nothing. So when the sun goes down, everything closes. I mean, I guess she could go to the library and use the internet or something. But I think it is logical for her to follow the Victor's address clue first before she worries about that, because I mean the townspeople are treating her like a homeless person. She's and she is without resources and anything. Somebody looked the other night was like, well, she could have asked her mom to Western Union her some cash or something.
Wire me some money or something, Mom. Come on.
Right now her assets are 2 eggs and an apple.
Yeah. She's in an old lunchbox. That's that might be worth something if you find the right pawn shop. but you're not going to get much. You're not going to get much.
So it seems like
stuff.
they're trying to sell us the idea that time in Fromville is the same as time in the outside world. Like it goes at pace.
And I think they confirmed. I think they had a way of confirming that in season 2 when Christy's fiance shows up, and we find out that Christy has been in here for 6 months, and she's been missing in the real world for 6 months as well. I think that was kind of the show's way of giving us that confirmation that time moves the exact same here as it does in the real world. Because again, both exactly 6 months they were both missing for. So I think that was their kind of the writer's way to kind of let us, the audience, know that time is the same. Because that was a big question before we saw that scene. Does time pass the exact same way here as it does in the real world? We weren't quite sure at first until Mari arrived, and we kind of got that answer. But yeah, I don't know. And that's the thing. I think we'll continue to get little answers like that as the show continues to progress. In terms of getting the big answers, I'm not really expecting any of those to come this season. That's probably going to be later season stuff. But in terms of those kind of little answers, definitely am expecting to get more in those this season. I mean, we did actually hear from John Griffin, the creator and writer, that he quote unquote says, escape will be a real and tantalizing possibility for the survivors in season 3. As the myriad of threats around them worsen and the true nature of the town comes into focus. That was what he said about season 3. So that tells me by the time this season is over, we are definitely going to have some much more definitive answers as to what this place is, maybe. And at the very least, it'll give us some more solid data points so we can craft our theories a little bit more accurately going forward, for season 4 and 5 and beyond. Because again, it does look like we're going to get some actual real answers this year, and I just can't wait to see what they are. I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. It's going to take a while for Tabitha to get her bearings. We have to remember that escaping was never her goal. She went there to save her daughter. Exactly, Princess V. You bring a good point. It's not like she went to that tower with supplies and provisions and everything that she was planning to go to the real world with. Yeah, she was expecting to go there, potentially rescue some children and bring them back to town. So yeah, she's completely unprepared in terms of being back in the real world. I imagine when they were traveling in the RV, they probably had things like their personal belongings, cell phones, credit cards, things like that. But I imagine she had none of that on her when she was going to the tower. So yeah, you make a very good point. She was completely unprepared for this. Did the trailer show 2 bodies and the shovel thing? I know one thing. I know a lot of people were debating how many bodies were in the cart, like the actual cart that Boyd and Jade are dragging up the street in the trailer. Because if we look at the feet inside that cart, it seems like one of them has a shoe on and one of them doesn't have a shoe on. So people were wondering if maybe there are 2 bodies in that thing. But after seeing this scene now, I get the feeling it's probably just Tien Chen, and maybe one of her shoes came off while she was getting skinned alive, because one of those feet did look pretty mangled. So I'm not sure there are 2 bodies in the cart. But in terms of 2 bodies and the shovel thing, I'm not sure what that's referring to. The shovel thing. I don't know. They're all there. They're also the same creatures in the Terebrium Biblical. They all are different. How they enter the dream world and how they observe humans. And yeah, in terms of like the dream world and dreamlike states, I feel like we've been getting a lot of pretty interesting references to dreams having a pretty important part to play in this show. And, season 2 really played up that idea a lot, very much venturing into the kind of Nightmare on Elm Street type of territory where your dreams can physically harm you in the real world. But yeah, I mean, it seems like dreams are playing some sort of important part on the show, especially when you listen to all the other kind of subtle hints. You listen to all of the trailers, every trailer that they have done from season 1, 2, and 3. Just about every single one has some kind of song in it pertaining to either dreams or nightmares. And then you look at all of the songs that they play in the actual show itself. A lot of the songs that come from the jukebox tend to be in some way or another referencing dreams. There's a lot of songs about dreams being played all the time. So yeah, I definitely get the feelings in some way or another, dreams are going to play a very big part in what is happening here. And part of me thought that is why the monsters are called nightmare creatures. Because during season 1, when season 1 was airing, the monsters themselves were officially referred to as nightmare creatures. And as we're seeing season 2, and we're seeing things are being pulled literally right out of people's nightmares, part of me started to wonder if that was maybe some kind of potential origin for these monsters. Were these monsters someone's nightmare that was pulled directly out of their head and manifested here in Fromville somewhere? Because we've been getting more and more hints at people's fears being pulled out of them and manifested here. We hear Sarah talk about it with Nathan and the cicadas. We hear Boyd and Abby talking a little bit about it's not fear that this place feeds on, it's hope. So yeah, it started to make me think. And then we got a really interesting tidbit from Jack Bender, the director of From, in terms of we found out not the origin of the monsters, but we found out one of the inspiration behind the origin of the monsters in terms of why the monsters look the way that they do. And apparently that is because they are modeling the monsters, or at least the look of the monsters. They are modeling it off a very old and famous painting by Francis Bacon, the Screaming Pope painting. And if you look at the painting of the Screaming Pope and you put it side by side to the monsters, you can clearly see there is a very, very big inspiration there. You can see how they got the monsters look started from that painting. But then when you look a little bit deeper into Francis Bacon's paintings and his work in general, and some of the ideas and themes that he is often trying to incorporate into his work, and all of his paintings and his work is heavily predicated on things like dreams and nightmares and the unconscious state and things like that. So it definitely started to start me down that rabbit hole that maybe dreams are going to play a much bigger role than I originally anticipated. But no, either way, I like it. I really like all of the weird kind of references we're getting to dreams and nightmares and people's fears being used against them. But who knows? Who knows where they're going to go? Who knows what the real answer is? But I guess we'll find out.
With the monsters, do we know if they've been around before, Victor?
That is one thing I really want to know. It seems like they were around when Victor, it seems like they were around before the massacre, obviously. We hear Victor talk about, back then, his mother used to play the violin for him whenever he was scared when the bad things would come, and Victor refers to the monsters as the bad things. So I've always wondered that as well. When exactly were these monsters introduced here into Fromville? Is their clothing some kind of hint to their origin? Because we do see all of the clothing seems to be 50s, 60s era based. Does that mean they come from that kind of time period? Were these all humans at one point in the 50s or 60s maybe, and something happened to them that turned them into this? I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to tell. I feel like the period correct clothing, I feel like it might be a hint to how old they are. But then again, who knows? Maybe they're much older than even that. But I guess I'll ask everybody in the chat, and you guys as well, how old do you guys think the monsters are? Do you think the monsters have been here in Fromville for a very, very long time, even well before Victor? Or do you think the monsters' clothing, the 50s, 60s clothing, do you think that could be some kind of hint to their origin of time, their time period of origin? I don't know. I mean, I go back and forth on it, whether they're 50s, 60s based, or whether these things are much, much older and maybe they're image has evolved over the years. Like maybe they weren't always looking like 50s and 60s milkmen. Maybe they looked even older at some point. I don't know, man. I don't know how old these monsters are. It's really tough to pinpoint down. Really tough. What about you guys? How old do you guys think the monsters potentially are? Older than Victor, or from 50s, 60s on, maybe?
Ooh, I mean, that is a tough one. My gut feeling is that they are older, and that the 50s, 60s aesthetic is just their current form. It does correspond with the apparent age of the diner, the 50s style diner, but we also know that there's many buildings that are much older in the town, or appear to be a much older. So that could be, I'd say like maybe they have the ability to adapt to whatever time period they're from. But at this point, it's not like 50s and 60s is all that current. It's way outdated as it is. So it is strange. Maybe they have a limited ability to to do it. We do know that there's still, I mean, we get a feeling that there is some sort of glamour involved, or like some sort of like visual distortion or magic involved. But but they are still in the same clothing when they're asleep. It just looks a little grubbier, a little dirtier, but most of the time they're fairly clean when they come out. Jasmine was clean. Most of them, she looks a little grubby around the collar, a little ring around the collar, the nurse there. But most of, like, the professor,
a little bit dirty.
Yeah, professor looks fairly clean. The librarian looks fairly clean. Clean and crisp and well put together. The mechanics, I don't know. The coverall guy and then the yoke mechanic, they both they seem to be fairly clean, at least. I mean, the clothing wise, except now, and the milkman was pristine right up until he put on the wiped his hand, and it looks like that blood remained from one scene to the next, and it looks like it might be continuing. So Cowboys always
changed at some point. Do you think they're older than 50s and 60s? Then they maybe just change their appearance.
I think they do. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think they
Interesting, because they do have some kind of human-like qualities. I mean, we do see Jasmine, the Jasmine monster in season 1, when she gets into Colony House and kills 70s porn stash guy. The first thing she does is kind of that was great, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The first thing she does is wipe the blood off of her collar. That's the first thing she does. But like you mentioned, Raven, and then we see the milkman wipe blood all over him, and we see him in a later trailer. He's still got the blood on him. So I don't know if they've always looked like this, or if they're kind of what they looked like evolves over the years. I don't know. It's hard to know. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see what the chat says. Definitely 50s and 60s era. Okay. I definitely think that they were there before Victor. Awesome. Shadow Skulk says it's a classic 50s diner. All of their clothes are 50s-ish. I think they were the original inhabitants of the town when it was brought to Fromland. And that was one of my earliest theories as well. I actually did a video on this a while back, because that was one of the first things I thought of as well. Because it just, the 50s, 60s clothing, I mean, this was back during season 1 where we didn't really know a whole lot about the story. But that was the first thing that popped out to me as well, is this 50s, 60s clothing. It's just, I feel like it can't just be coincidence. Maybe this is some kind of hint to when these people were human. And then you start to look at the rest of the town, like you mentioned, the 50s, 60s level diner, but not just the diner. You look at all the houses that are in Fromville as well. Those houses are right all around kind of 50s, 60s era kind of architecture as well. Colony House is much older. The place that Father Cautry turned into a priest, that building's much older. But most of the buildings seem to have a 50s, 60s level, level of architecture to them. So that was one of my original theories as well, that maybe this whole place was some kind of small middle America town at one point, and the entire town and all of its inhabitants got cursed in some way, and that is how Fromville was created. But I love that idea, Shadow Skull. Love that idea. Great minds. Great minds, my friend. Around 60 plus years old. Love it. Smoke monster age, says Susie Greenberg. Man, if they're smoke monster age, then they are thousands upon thousands of years old, if that is the case. And I suppose it's possible. Leah Bradley says the monsters have been there longer than the 50s. Maybe they have. Maybe they've been there a lot longer. Clothing looks older than 50s, 60s, could go back to the 1930s on the wall, which is 47 years before 78. And yeah, I mean, honestly, some of these clothes, yeah, you might even be able to go back even as early as maybe the 40s or 30s as well. That's certainly possible in some instances. I could definitely see that, Michael. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the question, awesome though. Stuff. Like, are they all from the same period of time? Like, are they all from the 50s and 60s, or are they like from the 1910s to like the 1970s? Right? Like, is it one group of people from one time, or is it multiple people over a longer period of time?
I mean, I mean, I like the cheerleader. I mean, just from what I associate from what I've seen, in other movies and stuff. Obviously, I haven't done research on 50s cheerleaders, but it seems like the sweater. I mean, that was back when they did wear like long sleeve sweaters and stuff before like the
Yeah,
modern
your
fabrics and
Letterman
stuff were
jacket,
around.
your varsity
Yeah, it reminds
Letterman
me of like
jacket.
Grease or American Graffiti and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
It didn't seem to.
Yes.
I mean, I think 1931. I'm not really sure what the fashion was in 31. I don't even know if they had cheerleaders like that in 1931.
Not cheerleaders, no, but this
Yeah.
nurse in particular, I
Yeah.
could definitely maybe see this nurse's style of clothing being maybe 30s or 40s. Probably not any
Okay.
earlier than that. But if someone told me, like if the show told me that this nurse's clothing was from the 30s, I
Mhm.
could maybe see that. I could maybe
Yeah.
see that.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's just, and I guess this is like you guys were mentioning, are they all from one kind of set time period, or are they from kind of an arrayment of different assortment of time periods, like you said, Rob, from maybe the 1910s all the way up to 70s even. And I suppose once we finally get like the origin of what these monsters really are, how they really became this way, that I imagine will give us a much more definitive answer as to how old they are, because we get a lot of hints that these things might have been human at one point. We hear the Jasmine monster say it in season 1. She says to 70s porn stash dude that it wasn't her choice to be this way. Now, it's hard to know if she was telling the truth or not. That could have just been manipulation tactics for her to kind of get closer to this guy to, form trust. But we also see the autopsy in season 2 when they finally kill one of them and Christy brings it inside for an autopsy. She seems to think that they were maybe human at one point. Their insides are all human organs. Yeah, they're all dried and shriveled up now, but they have hearts, lungs, all the organs that humans would have. So we do kind of see, I mean, it's not confirmation in any way, but it is at least hints that maybe these things were human at one point and something horrific happened to them that turned them into this. Because if they were human at one point, whatever happened to them, it completely stripped away all of their humanity. There's no humanity left in these things. They're almost demonic when they turn into their monster form. So if they were human at one point, man, what the hell happened to these people that turned them into this, I wonder? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think they're older, though. A lot of people seem to think they're either 50s, 60s, or a lot older. I think the monsters come from biblical times, says Mackie Wells. Maybe. I mean, a lot of people have been wondering why there's no Bibles in town. Out of all of the people that have gotten stuck here over however many decades or centuries, even how old this place is, we don't really know. You mean to tell me not one person was ever traveling with a Bible that got stuck here? Why isn't there a single Bible in this place? Until I saw a great comment in our comment section, and I wish I could remember who said this comment so I could give them credit every time we talk about it. But whoever you are, awesome idea. And one person said in the comment section that maybe there's a specific reason why there's no Bibles in there. Maybe if you're traveling with a Bible, that protects you from being sucked into Fromville. And maybe that's why there's no Bibles in there, because it's literally a talisman kind of thing to keep people from even getting stuck in here. I always thought that was a pretty interesting theory and could be, one potential reason why we don't see any Bibles here in Fromville. But no clue one way or the other. Just thought it was a cool theory.
Yeah. And I mean, it was weird that Kotri, being a literal priest, didn't have one with him, even like in the glove box or something. You'd think you'd carry a kit with you, when you have to do like last rites to people or something. But then, I was joking, but it kind of almost makes sense. We got a pool and a motel sign, but no motel. Well, the Gideons have Bibles in every room. At least back in the day they did. So maybe the motel was protected from being transported.
Okay. Oh, that's actually a really good point. I mean, because what the hell happened to that freaking hotel? We see the pool's there, the sign for the hotel's there, everything but the hotel is there. I always kind of thought that maybe whatever happened to the Matthews family house when it got collapsed like that, maybe that happened to the hotel at one point in the past. But I like that idea even more now. That maybe that's why whatever happened to this small town when it got cursed or turned into whatever it got turned into. Maybe that's why the hotel didn't come along with it. Because like you said, hotels always have Bibles in their damn drawers. That's like a staple for American hotels. It's super Americana. But yeah, I don't know. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Woodrow thinks they're at least 100 years old. And part of me really wants them to be really old. Like really old. I know I like the 50s, 60s, 40s, 30s level clothing we're seeing. But part of me is really hoping that they have a much, much older origin story when it is revealed. Because I get the feeling this place is very old. Whether or not the monsters have been there the entire time, we're definitely seeing some hints that Fromville, this place itself, seems to be maybe pretty old from all of the very old structures we see in it, some of them that date all the way to colonial times, to all of the Civil War hints that we were getting thrown at us. The hut where Boyd finds the talismans looks like a very ancient old sweat lodge, which is used in many different mythologies and faiths all around the world, most predominantly here in the States, of course, Native American. Native Americans would also build sweat lodges very much like the one where Boyd finds the talisman, and they would use them for all kind of different purposes, from ceremonial rites, healing ceremonies, or to induce visions. And part of me started to wonder if that's why those talismans were in that little hut. Is that little hut some kind of sweat lodge maybe, and the point of the talismans is to protect the user when they're inside having some kind of vision maybe. But either way, we definitely seem to be having some small hints that point to this place potentially being pretty old. But yeah, I can't wait to see how old it really is.
Crazy Mad says he's sure it's 1950s down to the diner, and I'm looking at a 1950s nurse outfit right now, and it looks very similar to what this chick's wearing.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the clothing is kind of hard to discount in terms of how period correct it really looks. So I know I kind of go back and forth on it. Part of me really wants these things to be very, very, very old and have some really ancient, dark origin to them. But you can't you can't ignore like you said, the 50s, 60s, level clothing that just about all of them or most of them seem to be dressed in. So, yeah, I don't know. I
don't envy the writers trying to write this, man. Like all the little plot points that they have to connect together by the end of the show. It's going to be tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, they do have a lot to kind of to kind of drive home and kind of bring it all together. And you got to be a skilled writer to kind of weave this complicated of a narrative, but you even have to be even more skilled to be able to wrap it up properly in a way that is actually satisfying, that makes sense, and that doesn't leave a whole bunch of loose ends. I don't envy the writer's job here at all, but I certainly respect the job that they have laid out in front of them, because this is just one of the most complicated shows that I've seen in a very long time, probably since Lost or even Twin Peaks before that. I don't think I've seen a show this wrapped in this much interesting mystery since those two previous shows. But yeah,
I know Harold Perrineau he was very kind of like relieved that it was on MGM Plus. He felt like maybe another network might not have been as indulgent as far as continuing it on. So I feel like as long as it's almost a good thing, even though MGM is a smaller, streaming network, that because I think From is going to become the tentpole for that network. So they're going to be more willing to spend the money to see it to completion, rather than pulling the plug, just on some vague financial concerns. It was funny that I think it was E-Man that did the interview with Harold, and he was talking about how miserable the filming was because they were filming in winter.
In the dead cold of winter.
Yeah,
must have been
and
nuts.
the weather was really unpredictable. And then he also added a note about some of these really challenging scenes, those really heart-wrenching scenes. And I'm not really sure, what it refers to. I don't think it necessarily was Tien Shin, but he said there might be multiple in this one. But he said that like sometimes you could, like in the summertime, you could go out and there might be a event or a festival in whatever town, could be Arts in the Park or something. If you have a challenging scene that you're acting, he had a chance to, decompress, have a drink. But he said in the winter, they didn't have anything. All you do is go back to where you're staying and just sit there and
to your
stew in
trailer
it.
or your hotel and whittle your thumbs at that point. No, that's a good point, actually. You need some kind of outlet, especially when you're filming scenes like this, and in particular, like you mentioned, some of the kind of more rough scenes, the more emotional scenes. Yeah, I mean, as an actor or an actress, I could totally understand wanting to kind of, go for a nice stiff drink after watching poor Tien Chen get tortured in front of you. So I can see where he's coming from. I can see where he's coming
and he
from. If
said
I
there's
didn't have no
one.
cannabis to look forward to after every day of work, I'd be a madman probably.
Yeah, and he said there's one scene that he did that really like spoke to one of his, I guess maybe like a personal phobia or a personal fear or personal something like super personal to him. So no indication what it might be. I mean, we've already seen cicadas and stuff crawling out in and out of people's mouths. What else? What are other like iconic phobias? We've seen spider phobia. We've seen spiders. We've seen I mean, it could be buried alive. That's a famous, that's a classic one. Lots of, it could be anything though, but it'll be interesting to see what specifically it is that might be the thing that is, Harold Perrineau, not just Boyd, but Harold himself.
Yeah, what was he referring to? Yeah, like
yeah.
what scene was it? I mean, was it this Tien Chen one? We do know we're going to be losing at least 2 main characters this season, not just one.
Ooh.
We hear Jeff Pinker, the showrunner, state in one of the behind-the-scenes features that a few of our most beloved characters will not be making it out of season 3. Not one, a few. So that tells me we're at least going to be getting 2 deaths, maybe even more. I'm kind of thinking it's going to be 2. Based on the episode synopsis, if you read them when they were available, it seems like another tragedy or trauma does happen a little bit later on in the season. So I think this Tien Chen death is not going to be the only one. I would be very surprised if we don't lose at least one more character after what Jeff Pinker said and after the episode synopsis. But yeah, I mean, they're throwing a ton of stuff at us already. And again, this has only been one episode. Just one episode, and it flew by for me. I don't know how it was for everybody else, but the episode was around 51 minutes in runtime, not including the intro and the credits. But to see all of the stuff that they managed to squeeze into one episode and the fact that the pacing wasn't a mess is very impressive. Usually when you see this many scenes in such a short amount of time, sometimes the pacing cannot be portrayed very well, but I don't know how they managed to do it. They managed to shove a ton of stuff while keeping the pacing pretty good for the most part. So yeah, super impressed with this first episode. And if it's any kind of omen as to how this season is going to go, I think we're in for quite a wild ride, guys.
I was pissed off when the episode ended. I was like, no! I'm like, you can't end it right there. Give me 2 more minutes.
Come on. And that's why, I mean, part of me always kind of hopes that, especially for season premieres and for season finales, that maybe we'll get some extended episodes, because a lot of shows have had that format in the past. Game of Thrones did it, Lost did it. A lot of shows, even smaller budget shows, do it from time to time, where sometimes the premiere will be 70, 90 minutes, and the finale will be a little long as well. I was hoping for something like that, but either way, I'm super impressed with what they did. The fact that they managed to kind of fit everything they did in, and it really kind of maintained the awesome quality level of storytelling they usually do, was very impressive. And again, I think it's a very good omen for how the rest of the season is going to go. But I want to give a shout out to Real Enigma and Theories. What is up, my dude? So fun hanging out with you guys last night over on Scarlett's channel. That was an absolute blast. I am definitely looking forward to all of us getting together again at some point down the road. And awesome stuff, guys. I'm sure most of you are probably already subscribed to Real. If you're not, definitely head over to his channel and give him a sub. He has some awesome From content as well, and is an awesome member of the Fromily. And welcome, my friend. I hope you're having a good night. I got to get you on the channel one of these days. I got to reach out to Real and see what schedule works for him, and get him on here so we can dive into From.
Yeah, it's it's good. Stuff. I mean, there's a good channel, man. It's somebody that knows this stuff inside and out and can talk about it, like the way we do. You guys challenge us every show. We really got to keep our brains on point. So, and he can talk, he can talk from, I imagine for days. So yeah, definitely worth a sub.
I love it. I love the fandom that we have kind of popping up here in our little corner of the internet, whether it's the awesome chat that hangs out with us every week, or whether it's all of the awesome channels that we all kind of frequent. And like Reels, we see a lot of people are starting up new From channels. Scarlett and Dana did it last year. Julie's doing it this year. It's awesome. We're having more places to hang out, more places where we can all kind of dive in together. And I appreciate that. It's only going to help the fandom get stronger as a whole in the long run, I think. But yeah, awesome stuff, guys. Again, I just could not be more proud of the awesome fandom we have popping up in this show's wake. Awesome stuff. Theo C says, if you want to maximize Boyd's pain, you kill off Ellis. And what would hurt a father in real life seeing that? I mean, yes, you said it, man. You said it. If the ultimate goal is to break Boyd, I mean, again, it doesn't seem like they want to kill him, but they definitely want to break his spirit. They want to torture him psychologically this year. If that is their goal, then yeah, I mean, what better way to break Boyd down than to harm his child? The only family he has left, or even Fatima. Fatima is at the end of the day carrying Boyd's grandchild. Boyd's about to be a grandfather because of Fatima. So yeah, if you really want to break Boyd and cause him a maximum amount of pain, as Theo says, yeah, you target Ellis and Fatima. That's going to be Boyd's probably one weakness, or biggest weakness, I guess I should say.
Yeah. On that note, would you think, which one do you think would be worse? Because I mean, no, if they took his grandchild, that's bad, but he would still have Ellis. Ellis. But if they took Ellis out, in my opinion. And then that would draw him closer to. I mean, that would by necessity draw him closer to Fatima, right? As the last remaining piece of his son, through the grandchild.
Yeah, definitely.
I wonder what direction they'll go with that. Then.
100%. Only for the reason.
Sorry, go.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say
the only reason why I think Ellis.
Go. I'm sitting back now.
All right. No, the only reason why I think Ellis might be the more traumatic one is because of the history there. Boyd literally was faced with the question of, do I kill my own wife to save my child? Boyd literally killed his wife to save Ellis. So in my opinion, yes, I think losing Ellis would probably be the most devastating thing for Boyd personally, because just after everything he's done to keep his son alive, to only lose him after that, yeah, I think losing Ellis would be the biggest blow for Boyd. But I think Fatima would hurt close to as much because of the grandchild aspect.
I think the worst thing would be is if somehow Boyd was forced to kill Fatima. That would be
that's crazy. That's how much more pain could you give to Boyd?
You just couldn't, man.
Now I mean, we talked a little bit about this before the season started in terms of Boyd being forced to choose. Before I saw the barn scene, just when we were seeing the trailers, part of me started to wonder, could there be some kind of potential scenario where there's more than just one character in that barn and the monsters are making Boyd choose who lives, who dies, almost like a Fromville version of Blood and Cheese, maybe? Because, yeah, I mean, if you want to break Boyd down, killing somebody in front of him is traumatic, yes, but actually having Boyd choose who dies, that would break him down way more than just simply killing somebody in front of him, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. Imagine if they've got both Ellis and Fatima in front of Boyd in the barn at night. It's like, choose one. Choose one to live, choose one. The other one's going to die. That is going to be horrific.
That would be tough. That would be tough. Oh, man. We got Crazy Mad, though, for $9.99. Thank you so much, Crazy Mad. I don't understand how they can get through 3 months on 2 cows being butchered. I got half a cow on that. Has lasted me half a year. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, if it's just a few people, I imagine they probably could have lasted a little bit longer. But with the limited amount of livestock they have and how many mouths they have to feed, I believe Boyd asks Donna in this episode, when Boyd says, if we slaughtered all the cows, how long would that buy us? And like you said, I think Donna mentions like a month and a half, maybe. And I get, if anything, that just really showcases just how many mouths they really have to feed in terms of all of the people that are stuffed in that colony house, all of the people that are in the town, all the red shirt NPCs that we see just running around, which we saw a lot of them in this first episode. Actually, we see all the people that are storming into Tien Chen's house and stealing all the food. Those are all extras that are in some way, in shape or form, inhabiting the town. That's all another mouth to feed. So I could understand why, the livestock that they have maybe wouldn't last too long, just because it seems like they have a lot of people to feed.
It's going to be about 50 people. Yeah.
that's what I was wondering too. How many people are in Fromville total between Colony House, the town, all combined? How many people are really here? And I always kind of thought it was somewhere around, from 40 to 75 in that range around there maybe. But 50 sounds maybe about right. I don't know, but I guess I'll ask that after let me get through these few super chats, and then I will ask all of you guys in the chat that same thing. We got Real Enigmas and Theories. Thank you so much, Real, for the support, my friend. Thank you so much for the 10. Peace and wellness to all. Yes, my friend, peace and wellness right back to you. I hope you are enjoying your evening. And again, had an absolute blast diving into all things From with you guys last night, and I'm definitely looking forward to doing it again. We got Crazy Mad also for another $9.99. Well, thank you so much, Crazy Mad. Even though you are kind of giving me a compliment, which I hate. Also, Jeremy and Ravener are probably the two most beautiful men ever. It's like they were sculpted by a god himself. And thank you so much, Ravener.
So that's what a knife in the back feels like. Thanks, Crazy Mad.
It is. He loves doing it. He loves doing it to me. I almost feel like he shouldn't even get a whoa, but since I owe Real a whoa, he's going to get a whoa by default. But no, thank you guys so much for the support. You guys are the absolute best. I can't appreciate you all. But that is the question. And I would love to hear what you guys say in the chat and here on the panel. How many people do you think really are in Fromville when you're counting everything? Colony House, the town, everybody. How many people do you think are really here? You think 50, Rob? You think that's about right?
Well, chat's saying 47. A few people are saying 47. A couple other people are saying around 75. I don't think it's that many. I don't think it can be that many.
Yeah, it's really hard to know. I mean, it's hard to know exact. I mean, if there is 47, it'd be very interesting to know how they got to that number, because I've tried counting, and just based on this one episode alone, we saw a ton of extras in this one episode alone that we've never seen before in any of the prior episodes. So in order to get like an actually definitive number, I don't know if that's even possible right now.
Yeah, we take the mains, even like the most crowded scenes, like when everybody was banging, and like the nighttime scene when they strolled through Colony House. There were that amount of people, but yeah, you put your finger right on it, man. That mob scene at Tien Chin's, we saw people that had never been seen before. We'd always seen the main characters, and then the people in the background. I was always laughing because it seemed like they always were carrying something. They always had like a wicker basket with like some kind of greens or something sticking out of them, like some celery or something. But every single person was carrying something from one place to another. But yeah, never really could get even a hint of a count. But then this mob scene in episode 1 of season 3, it was like, wait a minute, man. And that was just part of it. There was just the people that were aware of the actual rotted food too. So
Exactly. That was only the people that Donna had with her up here when they were kind of finding out that all the food is rotten. But here we see all of these faces, many of which we've never seen before in any scene prior. Because I do try to pay attention to background characters, especially, characters like this. I always try to make a mental note if it's characters I've seen before or haven't seen before. And most of these characters here I have never seen before in any other scene. These are all new faces that haven't been in previous episodes, most of them anyway. So yeah, I feel like it's
by Lost, Jeremy. Secret characters hiding in plain sight.
The parallels between this and Lost, it seems like they're endless at this point. I love that. I'm a huge Lost fan, but I love the parallels.
Yeah, Real, if you're still in the chat, I know last night JH was saying, he doesn't want to see any of these people that mobbed Tien Chin's house at the funeral. I think it was Real. He like put it side by side and like took the still shot of the people in the audience at the funeral and said, there's like 3 of them that are the same. It's like, you.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Oh man. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, again, with the food shortage getting worse and worse and worse, however many mouths to feed, it is definitely becoming a problem. But yeah, I feel like it's next to impossible to get a truly definitive, accurate number, especially considering we got all these new faces we've never seen before. But I don't know. I don't know, but I think around 50. If someone got to the number 47, I wouldn't be surprised if 47 was accurate. Around 50 people or so seems reasonable, I guess. Seems reasonable. A lot of mouths. And are we counting all the fill-in actors and actresses? Yes. The whole point was to see exactly how many mouths they have to feed in terms of how long this food can last with the limited amount of livestock they have. So it's not just main characters that have speaking dialogue. It's all of them. The background characters, the red shirts, as we like to call them, or the NPCs, as we like to call them. Everybody, the entire township, the real population of the entire town. How many people are potentially in here? And again, 50, 47 seem to be a pretty popular one in the chat. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's accurate. I think 50 does sound pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I feel like it's way more than that. And Robert Saunders pointed out that him and Bitey said they counted out the number of deaths. I mean, not related to the total population, but he said 31 have arrived and 31 have died. So it does really seem conspicuous that there is a balance.
The 4 and 7. That's where the 47 is coming from.
Could be 74.
Yeah, maybe 47 or 74 even. Okay, all right. I got you guys. I got you. I like it. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. It's really tough to know. But either way, however many people are in there, it's definitely seeming like they have way too many mouths to feed in terms of the resources they have left. Because Boyd mentioned they need the animals to last them 3 months or so they can finally find some decent soil, plant some crop, and actually get some kind of yield. Boyd is betting on a 3-month period that they need to get through in order to survive. And apparently Donna seems to think that the cows will only last a month and a half. But then again, you have more than cows. You also have the goats, you have the chickens, you have the sheep. So I don't know. Maybe the animals, if they were to slaughter every animal they had, maybe they could make it that 3 months. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough to know. It is tough to know.
You said,
I don't know,
you said, Jeremy, they're going to kill off main characters this season. I don't care who they kill as long as they don't kill my girl, Donna.
I think. I really hope Donna doesn't get killed off as well. Like I'm a huge Donna fan. I think she's absolutely awesome. Badass. She's awesome. She's one of the better actresses on the show as well. So yeah, I really don't want anything to happen to Donna at all. But yeah, I guess who do you guys think, based on the line that we have gotten from Jeff Pinker in terms of him stating that we are going to be losing a few, not just one. We are going to be losing a few people in season 3. Tien Chen is already off the chopping block. A lot of us anticipated coming into season 3 that we were going to lose her based on the little clues that we were seeing in the trailer. But who do you guys think is going to be the next death? Who else is not going to make it out of season 3? Who is on the chopping block as well? I've been worried about Fatima from the beginning because of the whole pregnancy thing, but I don't know.
I mean, I wish Jim's kids didn't make it. They're annoying. I mean,
oh no, wrong.
Yeah.
I suppose either one of them could potentially go. I mean, I feel like nobody is fully safe. I feel like Boyd is pretty safe. I feel like he's going to be around for a while. I think he will ultimately die eventually. I don't think Boyd is making it out of this town. But I don't think he's going to die until the very, very end. But the Matthews family, they do seem like they're kind of central characters to the show. So I am kind of expecting, if not all of them, at least the majority of them to make it to the final season. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, who else is going to be on the chopping block? And the way that Jeff Pinker stated it was that that a few of our most beloved characters won't make it out of season 3. That tells us that we're not just going to lose characters, we're going to lose characters that are heavy fan favorites, apparently, if he's specifically using the word beloved. And we've already seen Tien Chen, who is pretty much universally adored by the entire fandom. So who exactly is beloved? What other kind of fan favorite might actually be on the chopping block next, I wonder? I mean, I hope it's not Victor. I'm very worried about Victor simply because he was never meant to be a main character on the show.
Really?
Yeah. During season 1, Victor was almost not a main character. That was a decision that they made later on to make him a series regular. But originally, Victor was not supposed to be a main character on the show. So I'm always wondered how far his storyline is ultimately going to go.
They should kill this guy in the background. He's got a lot of meat on him. They could eat him for a month and a half.
Oh shit! What about you, Ravener? Who else is dying?
Alma, the beloved Alma, has got
no!
more screen time. I was looking, yeah. He's the goats had more screen time than probably Dale at this point, but definitely Clara. Nikki is 100% toast. You know that she's not beloved. She's going to be straight up red shirt. I'm trying to think. Who do I think? Honestly, you know, I'm still going with the town or whatever powers that be are going after the infrastructure. They're going after the one woman who can cook for 50 people on a 3 squares a day, and keep it going. They took out Tien Chen, so I'm thinking it's the doctor. I'm thinking it's Christy, and I'm wondering if Marielle is going to be like a very poor substitute. Who knows though? Yeah.
Kenny.
Ooh, Kenny.
Yeah, someone was saying Kenny here in the chat as well, and I mean imagine that, just wiping off the entire Tien Chen family right off the freaking map. I mean, Kenny's all that's left now. I mean, whole family gone. Possible, definitely possible. But we've got another one for Ethan. So there you go, Rob. You're not alone. We got another one who wants Ethan off the board. Beloved, Jim is safe.
I mean, everyone's life would be easier if Ethan was gone. I mean, just saying.
Maybe. Yeah, Victor was a fill-in. They got to break Kenny, so Christy has to go. Oof, yeah. I mean, again, what does Kenny have left at this point? I mean, he's kind of already lost Christy, but I imagine Kenny probably has a small little bit of hope in him that maybe one day he might be able to really get Christy back. But yeah, if you take her out, he's got nothing at that point. I mean, yeah, he's still got Boyd, I guess, but even him and Boyd's relationship isn't what it used to be. Yeah, that's going to kill Kenny. That is going to kill Kenny.
If they kill Kenny, though, that's going to hurt Boyd.
Yeah.
You know, see him as a
definitely
son figure. So that could be interesting.
Definitely going to, again, could go a little bit more towards the path of breaking Boyd, which it seems like that is their plan for this season.
You think Sarah? You think Sarah might have outlived her usefulness?
Ooh,
nah,
Sarah.
She's come back for some plot point for sure.
Part of me thinks she is going to still have some kind of important role to play. But then again, I thought Father Cautry was going to have a little bit more of an important role to play in season 1 as well, in terms of him, Sarah, and Boyd heading out into the forest. I thought that was really going somewhere for all 3 of them. And boom, they just took him right out. So yeah, I mean, again, Sarah's possible. Sarah's definitely a possibility. Yeah.
Woodrow says Sarah's too hot to die. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah, she's got that Amish. She's got that Amish hot. The trad wife look.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Donna, Jim, and Boyd's son and his wife are on my short list. Oof, damn. Crazy Man's going savage with it. Maybe Victor dies right before he spills the beans. Now, wouldn't that just be incredibly tragic? Yeah, Demo makes a point here. I mean, right? We've been waiting so long. Not only have we been waiting, but the townspeople themselves, Jade, Boyd, all of them, they all know that Victor knows more than he's saying, I would imagine. So everybody has been waiting so long for some kind of definitive answer for Victor. And he's been very hesitant to give that answer because he's afraid of what the consequences might be if too much information is revealed. But I love that idea, man. I love that idea that maybe he is on the verge of finally revealing something big, and whop, he gets taken off the board.
I see Victor doing like a Hodor or something, like getting everybody out but him staying.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Yes. That's kind of how I originally envisioned Boyd's ending to be. Like, Boyd will lead everybody to the exit and he'll have to sacrifice himself to get everybody out. But now that you just mentioned it, I feel like Victor makes even more sense thematically for that to be Victor's role ultimately. Because we see early on, even when Jade is going up to him and saying, don't you want to know what's going on here? Don't you want to find a way home? And Victor says, this is my home. And it was such a profound line. And then we really start to think of everything that Victor has been through, knowing that he's been here since he's been, what, 10 years old, maybe even a little bit younger. We have no idea how many years he was here before the massacre occurred. We just know that when the massacre happened, he was 10. He could have been there for a little while before the massacre even occurred. So we really have no idea, you know, what Victor's mindset is, but you can kind of understand why he might not want to leave this place. As horrific as this place is, as nightmarish as this place is, at the end of the day, it's still the only home that Victor has ever known. So I like that, Ravener. I think that could be a very poetic way for Victor's story to end, for him to ultimately have that kind of Hodor moment where he's sacrificing himself to get everybody else out. I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Mark it down then. That'll be my prediction then. That'll be my theory.
Hey, you heard it first. Ravener said it.
You could wrap it up really nice too. Like you could have him like escorting people out, and then the monsters get to him and say, this isn't the agreement we had, you know, and then kill him. That would be sick.
You broke the rules, Victor.
You broke the rules, yeah. That'd be cool.
Oh man, I like it. I like it. Man. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. A lot of people were saying Jade, though. A lot of people were pointing to Jade in the chat. And man, I swear, we better not lose Jade. We better not lose Jade. I could probably handle losing anybody on the cast except for Jade. I don't want to lose any of them ultimately because I really do enjoy every character on this show. But in terms of characters I like outright can't lose, it's Jade. I cannot lose Jade. And Boyd's probably a close second. But Jade, I love Jade's character. I love his storyline. I feel like David Alpoy is just a phenomenal actor to be able to kind of slip into this role of this kind of tech billionaire turned into this kind of weird prophet, like crazed, tortured, mentally character that he's kind of turning into. You know, he's gone through such a big transformation in terms of who he was when he arrived here at the beginning of season 1 and who he is right now. I don't think anybody has changed more than Jade, except for maybe Victor, but that's a totally different story. But yeah, I feel like Jade does have a lot more to do. I feel like if he dies, I feel like he can't die before he solves the riddle of this symbol. If he truly definitively solves what this symbol is this season, then I'm going to start getting worried about Jade. Then I'm going to think, okay, he might have already served his purpose now. Maybe he could get killed off. But for some reason, I feel like he's not going to get killed off before he solves the symbol, because then we wouldn't have quippy dialogue like this.
All right, ding-dongs. It's almost go time. Anybody fucks this up, you spend a night in the box.
He's definitely top 3.
Can't lose that guy. Can't lose that guy. Yeah. Man, oh man, oh man.
Just cavalierly threatening people with the box, dude. Zero authority to even.
It's like, I just got here, and if you don't like what I'm doing, you go in the box.
Yeah, literally no authority at all. And he's running out here threatening people with a freaking box. Oh man, gotta love Jade. You've got to love Jade. All right, let's see what you guys are saying down here a little bit. Let me scroll down, see what everybody.
Yeah, a lot of guesses. A lot of guesses for the Deadpool.
Ooh, awesome. All right, let's get to those guesses from the Deadpool. Who is going to die? No, not Jade, but he is losing his mind. Yeah, Jade is a possibility, but I hope not. Jade is going to die for the next 2 seasons. Oh, Jade is not going to die for the next 2 seasons. All right, I'll take that.
He just dies over and over again each episode.
Long death.
Yeah, it's just like it's supernatural. It's just a Sam and Dean thing. Over and over and over again. Yeah, Jade needs to live. Randall must go. Oof. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Randall's so obvious, though. Come on, like,
and he's
everyone
not really
wants
beloved.
to kill Randall.
He's behated, yeah.
He's bereft. Yeah, nobody
gets killed by the goat.
I know, right? It's like, bro, you're trying to steal this kid's goat. Randall, put the freaking goat back, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing with that? Yeah, you broke the rules, Victor. Now become one of us. End scene, Victor turns. Ooh, okay. That they don't kill him. They turn him into a monster right there at the very end. That'd be just as tragic, I would guess. Yeah. Jade, I can take him or leave him. No, Angela E. No, not Jade. Not Jade. Randall can go. I believe. I definitely agree with Black Diamond. Randall can go. I mean, I don't hate Randall, but he's certainly not my favorite character. But I do think he's a good actor.
Here's
The
a-
actor
here's a-
playing Randall,
Here's a
really
question
good
for
acting.
you guys.
Hmm.
If you had to kill one of Jade, Boyd, or Donna, who would it be?
Donna, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Jade
same.
and Boyd are my two favorite characters. Donna might actually be my third favorite character, maybe
Yeah.
tied with Victor. I think Victor's probably my third favorite, just because I love characters. Sometimes I'm really drawn a little bit more to just phenomenal acting performances in particular. That's why I love Jade so much. That's why I love Boyd so much. That's why I love Victor so much. To see Scott McCord talk in some of the interviews he's done, and then to hear him talk in the character when he's in the role of Victor, it's absolutely insane the range that this guy has. I mean, he's incredibly normal, really cool, down to earth dude, or seems like it in all of his interviews. And then you see him kind of slip into this Victor character. And I always wondered, what exactly is his inspiration? Like, what did he research? What does he draw on to kind of become this Victor character? Did he research, people that have gone through heavy trauma and, see how they come out the other end of it? I have to imagine he's drawing on some kind of inspiration for the way he kind of just slips right into this Victor character and plays it so beautifully. So as much as I love interesting characters, sometimes I'm more drawn to just incredibly good performances by actors.
And Donna has shown no interest in getting out. She's one of those people that's like almost like maybe it's not, maybe going back isn't. She's almost like Tom was, that kind of fatalistic attitude. And again, if her sister was the only person she had, I mean, providing her entire backstory that she related is true. If her sister was all that she had, there's probably a lot. We were talking about that last night, about all the instances in which maybe going back isn't, I mean, you are actually incentivized not to go back to the real world. What if you're a prisoner? What if you are, like massively in debt, or, maybe there is literally nobody there? What if you are completely alone, isolated, unhappy in the real world? And this is just some like bizarre vacation that you can't ever get out of, like Fromville. Maybe you're better off.
Hotel California.
Yeah, you're better off just staying. I mean, you've got to be in a pretty sad state, or a pretty strange place in your life where this is is a better option. But it's not impossible that there might be situations where it is a better option.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like Donna, we have no idea if Donna even has anyone to go back to. We know she had a sister, but according to her sister's dead upon arrival to Fromville. So maybe Donna doesn't even have anything to go back to. Maybe that does kind of factor into her reasoning for want to stay here, because she does feel like she has a family here. Like, Colony House is Donna's family. And I feel like we really see that at the end of season 1 when they're building the radio tower. We see Donna start freaking out at the possibility of them potentially leaving. And we even hear her say it to Kenny. She says, you might find if we leave this place, there'll be things about it that you're going to miss. So yeah, right around with Victor, along with Victor, it does seem like Donna is not in a big hurry to get out of here. And I think we got a little bit more of that in season 2, when she's kind of just shutting Jim down instantly in terms of trying to look into whatever voice came over the radio. Donna kind of plays it off like, who knows what was on the other end of that thing. She plays it off like she's worried about the risk. But maybe she had some more kind of selfish motives behind that, to not research the radio further. Maybe she doesn't want to leave, because it does seem like there's at least a part of her that doesn't want to leave based on everything we've seen. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, but in terms of the original question, I would rather lose Donna. Unfortunately, I love Donna. I would probably put her my 4th favorite character behind Jade, Boyd, and Victor. But yeah, I don't know. I can't lose Jade. Jade's the one I really don't want to lose. Really don't want to lose Jade. I'm telling y'all, Victor doesn't want his father to come there. I'm still on the theory that Victor and his family were brought to this place to escape his abusive father, and that's a possibility. I mean, that's been people have seen Victor's father in episode 1, and a lot of people see him with the 6-pack of beer and the attitude he has towards Tabitha, and a lot of people just think that maybe he was an abusive husband. And that's possible, but Ravener, you brought up a really good possibility as well, that maybe that is what Henry was turned into after losing his family. For all we know, what if this guy was the model husband and the model wife and the model father, And it
Mm.
wasn't until he lost his family under these weird circumstances that kind of turned him into this kind of hermit, mean character. I feel like
Right.
it could go either way. Like if he was an abusive father, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I could definitely see them going that route, but I could also see them going the other route as well, and kind of subverting our expectations a little bit.
Right. I mean, that was my whole take on it. Is it was just almost too stereotypical. You know, the unbuttoned shirt, the wife
Yeah,
beater T-shirt.
yeah.
I put in the chat earlier to in response to someone. It's like the uniform for the abusive husband, whatever. And then to see him with driving in with the 6-pack of beer, it's just
It's
almost
a
too on the
common
nose
trope.
for me. Yeah, so I was
Mm.
like, okay, well, maybe, and it might be exactly what it is. It might be exactly face value, exactly what it is, but I'm not
Yeah.
gonna jump to that. Something about me just doesn't want to jump, like, because it feels like I'm being led to jump. So I'm gonna hold off and I'm gonna wait and see. And again, this is one that tomorrow, or I mean next Sunday, will be shown. I mean, that'll be proven or disproven definitively. I am thinking that at some point he's taken what's essentially a homeless woman into his house, and even if he's belligerent and seems like he's grumpy to her on the surface, but he does at some point, we know, let her down in his basement. So I mean, he must not be
Yeah.
all bad. Or somebody said Tabitha was able to turn his mind. But again, I mean, I
Yeah,
know
something
people like
convinces them.
instinctively, I mean, almost like, because we've seen the trope so many times that when a mother and kid are somewhere else, then they're automatically fleeing from the abusive husband. And Henry's physical appearance, his face is like 5 o'clock shadow, or his grizzled look and stuff. He just
Mhm.
looks like, it's almost too on the nose for me to make that assumption. He might be an awesome dude, but I mean, and he might
Yep.
also have been spent 40 years being harangued by the police about the disappearance of his family.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's what I thought. Well, maybe he wasn't even if he is a drunk now, if they portray him as that,
Maybe he wasn't
he
always. Yeah.
correct. So,
Yeah.
and
Could
again,
be.
it'll all come out. It'll all come out in the wash, maybe within the next week or two.
I mean, if he
Yeah.
was
Yeah. We're gonna learn a
abusive,
little bit more.
you'd want him to come there, wouldn't you? You'd be like, "Oh, hey, Dad, come to this From place. I'm
Come
just
to
going to go
Fromville,
inside.
Dad.
It's gonna get dark in a couple of minutes, but just wait out here. I've got a couple of friends coming
We're
over,
gonna
and
have a
they're really
nighttime
nice to you.
campfire. You just stay right here. I like your
Solve
thinking,
all your
Rob. I
problems."
like your thinking. Yeah. And yeah, that could be another possibility as well. As Hollywood Pineapple says, Jade could be on the chopping block. If he gets too close to figuring out a big answer, that might put him at risk. So that is definitely a possibility as well. Because again, it seems like whatever is in charge of this place doesn't want them figuring out too much. Wasn't Victor's father a priest? I don't believe so. I don't believe we have a definitive answer as to what his occupation was. The only information we get on him coming into season 3 is that he's this kind of hermit dude. We don't really know much else about him, so I don't believe he was a priest. I mean, I suppose it's possible, but I don't remember hearing that, unless it's a scene that I might be missing, and maybe the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe we know Victor's father's occupation. I don't think so. Again, I could be wrong. I might be misremembering. So if anybody in the chat knows, let me know. We know nothing about the father, says Woodrill. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember it, but again, I might have missed something, or I might be misremembering something. That is so certainly possible.
What did you guys
possible.
make of the boy in white being in the real world?
I thought that was pretty interesting. I mean, it started me. I know a lot of us were, even before we saw that scene, I know there were some of us that were thinking that maybe the boy in white would have some modicum of control in the real world. And, we hear the case of Father Cautry in particular and his kind of circumstances as to what led him to finding, landing here in Fromville. And he talks about that whole incident he had with one of the, young children that was part of his, one of his parishioners came to him and started to tell him about this abusive father that they had. And all Father Cautry did was give the kid a candy bar and sent him home. And then that kid went on to get killed by his own father, which sent Father Cautry into a fury. The Father Cautry went and killed the father in response. And for that, it seemed like Father Cautry felt very guilty over that, because apparently he was about to take his own life. He was standing on top of a bridge. He was about to jump. Then all of a sudden he hears a voice telling him to get back in the car and to start driving. and then boom, 2 hours later, he was stuck in Fromville. And some people are now wondering if maybe that voice he heard wasn't really the voice of God. Maybe that was the boy in white beckoning him to Fromville. If not the boy in white, maybe some other voice that was coming from Fromville. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what level of control or how much influence the boy in white has in the real world. Like, can he physically travel there, or was that was that scene one of those things where he's just quickly showing up in Tabitha's head and then he's kind of just gone? He's kind of just a quick little projection in Tabitha's mind, and he's not really there. I'm not sure. I got to say, I'm not quite sure how much control or power the boy in white is going to have in the real world, but it stands to reason something has some degree of power here. Something is reaching out into the real world and bringing these people here. So something can definitely influence things in the real world, but I don't know. I don't know how much power the boy in white is going to have. Hopefully he appears to Tabitha at some point again, maybe in episode 2 or 3, and he maybe definitively kind of conveys why he sent her here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What about you, Ravener? When you saw the boy in white in the real world, what were your thoughts?
Almost like a will-o-wisp or something, like making a token appearance to kind of lead her on, to like lead her. I mean, he wasn't never really leading her into a good place. I mean, because like getting her into the ice cream shop or whatever it was didn't really pan out. She did come out and was at the vintage sale market thing, whatever, in the plaza. And it was only after that she kind of like spied the church, but it wasn't like he was leading her directly to the church to kind of help her. But it was almost like he was leading her to draw her into the world, though. Or I mean, far.
She almost
At
got
least
hit by a damn car.
Yeah, that was.
He almost got her freaking hit by a damn car. Is what he almost did.
Yeah, that could have been a
and that's
will-o-wisp
another
thing, because will-o-wisps do lead you. I mean, they lead you into your doom, essentially. They just lead you to get completely lost and then vanish, essentially.
Okay.
Like the light.
Okay.
I mean, the kind of like being lights in the woods or whatever, and you follow them, thinking that it is something, and then it's nothing, or leads you to quicksand. And yeah, like I know in the 70s, man, quicksand was the major cause of death. I remember quicksand and getting your foot caught by a giant clam were the two major causes of death. Yeah.
What?
The things you learn. The things you learn.
And killer bees.
That little demon is still there. A little demon. Maybe the boy in white is a little demon. I believe the boy in white is currently shielding Tabby from the big bad, preventing it from pulling her back in until she finds what she needs. That's an interesting possibility. That's an interesting possibility that he's kind of, maybe he has some kind of degree of power to kind of keep her from getting pulled back in right away. Because again, I do get the feeling he sent her there to find something or to find someone. I can't get over the whole St. Anthony's Hospital thing. I mean, maybe it's just a coincidence, or maybe it's just something the writers threw in there. But for her to wake up at St. Anthony's Hospital and St. Anthony to be the patron saint of lost items, or the patron saint of recovering lost items, I don't know. I get the feeling that is Tabitha's purpose. She was sent here to bring something or to bring someone back with her. But yeah, maybe it's Henry, maybe it's Eloise, maybe it's some other kind of item. I do not know. I do not know. Can you watch the whole season 3 in MGM? No, you can't. They don't release all of the episodes all at once. They release one episode a week every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Fortunately, I'm not a big fan of the binge model. So I am actually super grateful that they don't release all the episodes at once, because especially a show like this where you really want to watch each episode at least 2 or maybe even 3 times to really fully kind of get the whole grasp of everything that's happening. Because I can't count how many times I've watched the episode, then gone back and watched it for a second time and picked up so much stuff on my second watch that I didn't catch on the first go around. Little things in the background, little things that might lead somewhere. So just by its very nature of its very mystery nature, I'm super grateful that this whole show doesn't get dropped all at once. I feel like it would be a detriment to binge the show all at once, as opposed to kind of just marinating on it episode by episode, spending a whole week with one episode at a time, really having as much time to really dissect it frame by frame. At least that's what I kind of do. I mean, not only for videos, but just because I'm that interested in the show, I really want to kind of dig in deep and see What are they showing us on the surface? But then, what are they also showing us underneath? What are some of the kind of hidden meanings, some of the hidden messages that they're showing in some of these episodes, not that we can't kind of just see right on the surface level? So for that reason, I'm very grateful that we only get one episode per week. And not only that, it leaves the show in the public zeitgeist for far longer. If they were to drop all of these episodes all at once, I mean, you'd have a lot of people talking about From for maybe 2 weeks or so, maybe a month at most. And then the conversation would start to kind of die off. That's what happens all the time with Netflix shows or other shows that drop all of their episodes all at once. Those shows only remain in the public zeitgeist for so long. Yet something like this that is on for 10 straight weeks, week after week after week for 10 weeks, it really creates a much more in-depth and a much more fun discussion around the show, because we can dive so much deeper because there's a lot more people talking about it for a lot longer time, as opposed to just a few weeks of discussion and then on to the next show where most binge models follow. So that's just my personal opinion. I know a lot of people really like the binge model, and that is totally cool. If you do like it, everybody consumes media, in ways that are comfortable to them. So that's perfectly fine. But just for me personally, I'm super grateful that we're only getting one episode a week.
It depends on the show too. Like a lot of shows are not good enough to be released week by week. Like they're not good. Like they don't hold your attention or interest to get one episode a week. This isn't one of them. This is a fantastic show, but yeah.
No, that's a really good point. I mean, like, especially if it's a show that doesn't really kind of require that much thinking that goes into it. Like, this show really challenges us, and it really makes us think, okay, where's this going? What are they showing us? What does this mean? But if it's like a different kind of show, like, kind of like a more of a surface level action show that's really just meant to be some kind of fun escapism, not taken too seriously, those kind of shows I feel like are much better for the whole binge model as a whole. But yeah, you're right. I think it varies from show to show, but a show like this, no binge, not for me. Give me one at a time. Princess B says the boy in white is evil. Only way he could get to the real world was by latching onto someone else. Now his evil will spread. Oof! And we see you got another one. The boy in white is sus. And I've never asked you that, Rob. So I'd love to know your opinion on that. What do you think about the boy in white? Because it seems like the fandom is kind of split down the middle up until this point. It seems like a big portion of the fandom thinks the boy in white is there to help, and another portion of the fandom thinks the boy in white is evil and that he is ultimately a little bit more malicious. What about you? Do you lean one way or another when it comes to the boy in white? Do you think he's good? Do you think he's evil? Or do you think maybe he just kind of has his own plan and is using the pieces on the board as is?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about it much. I've been more focused on everything else. Whether he's good or evil, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's tough.
Creepy little
really
little kid in white in the woods. I mean, it's pretty creepy by itself.
It is. It's like I kind of go back and forth on it because I feel like we've been given so much evidence that kind of points to both directions. I mean, we've seen plenty of cases, a lot of instances actually, where the boy in white has been very helpful to the cast. But we've also seen some other instances that make me maybe question him a little bit, like how he miraculously shows up just as Sarah and Boyd are getting close to finding that lighthouse and sends them into the faraway tree where Boyd goes on to get infected by the worms. There's little things like that kind of make me think, I don't know, like, is he fully on the level? So I'm not sure. I kind of go both ways. I kind of go back and forth on it based on the evidence that the show gives us at any given time. But I really don't know, man. I really don't know which way or the other that this thing is truly going to lie. Is the boy in white good? Is he evil? Or is it something in between? I don't know. I don't know, Ray. I don't know. What about you, Rainbow? Do you lean one way?
Oop, I had my mic off. I'm really in the middle on that one. I can't even guess because, like you said, there's evidence to each side as far as what his motivations are. He's not like overtly bad, I guess. But as you pointed out, like as they were closing in on the lighthouse, he leads them through the tree. Now the storm was coming; it was getting dark, and their tent was messed up, so they wouldn't have had protection. So that did technically save them, but it also brought them completely away from where the lighthouse was, which whatever it was. And the question is now, did we think that what dragged the tent was helping them by moving them forward on the quest?
Exactly.
So that, but it basically, he brought him back to zero. I mean, he brought Sarah back to zero. He brought Boyd to like negative one. In the bottom of the well. And then, of course, whipping, it's another double-edged sword. He whipped Tabitha through the window, saying it's the only way, and technically he did get her back, but it's also like whipped her out of a thing. I know Tony was laughing about saying like ages ago, I remember him mentioning, if that's the way to go, there'd be like a conga line up in that lighthouse where people would just like lemmings being
jumping off.
Yeah. So
true, very true. Yeah, because you do wonder, I mean, if this is just your average way out of Fromville, why wouldn't the boy in white just say, "Hey, I know a way out. Everybody jump off this freaking lighthouse." So it's, again, there's just so much we don't know there. But no,
that hiking path would be
Bogan
full of
brings up-
people laying around.
Yeah, it'd be paved at this point. There'd be nobody left. Everybody there, or there'd just be a bunch of bodies laying at the bottom of it, one or the other. Bogan says, I mean, Boyd and White did apologize before differentiating Tara. Yes, Tabitha. Again, he did apologize, and like you said, the apology it did kind of almost sound like it was coming from a sincere place. You do kind of almost get the sense that he's saying, like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm really sorry that I have to do this, but this really is the only way. Because, I don't know, he did kind of see his sorry did seem genuine, I guess. And I guess I'll ask you guys that. Do you think this apology did look genuine from the boy in white?
I'm sorry. I really am. This is the only way.
Oof, man. I mean,
but he did lure
apology,
her. Yeah, he lured her using the Kui voice.
Falsely. Yeah. I mean, exactly. He's using this on Kui voice, and is he doing that because he knows that's like a guaranteed way to get Tabitha up here? Or is it a little bit more malicious than that? Again, the apology does kind of seem genuine. Like he genuinely is really sorry that it has to play out this way, but it has to for some reason. But then again, like you said, the deception with the whole on Kui voice is a little shady too. So I don't know, man. Still to this day, I don't know where I 100% lie, if he's good or evil, or if he kind of like Jinjin just says, he kind of just has his own plan. Part of me starts to think that might be it, that maybe he is just serving his function. And at times that'll appear like he's helping, and maybe at other times that might appear like he's hurting. That could be a very big possibility as well. Yeah, both good and evil, as Woodrow says as well. Could be.
I mean, I never trust people that button their top button also. I mean, picturing, that is always a thing, It's always a thing.
Or wear shorts that high. I mean, look how high they are. They're ridiculous.
Yes.
Did you guys notice that the lighthouse had a fire? Like, it was not like a light; it was an actual flame.
Yes, and I have a theory about that.
How old does it have to be? Yeah, go shoot.
I think it's going to be pretty old. I think it's going to be pretty old overall. But I have a theory about the light in the lighthouse. Not only is, like you said, not only is it an actual flame, fire, but when you get to the top of that lighthouse, you see the glass that is encasing it. it's been broken and smashed in multiple spots, almost like someone has maybe tried to put the flame out at some point in the past and maybe failed. So and then I think of the mechanism in which Boyd finds the place where he originally encountered Martin. How he can't kind of access it again until he finds that torch, goes back to that place, lights up the torch, and it reveals the place. Part of me started to wonder. I mean, it's an incredibly tinfoily theory, and it's probably most likely definitely not true. But I couldn't help the thought of popping into my mind. We look at the torch that Boyd is carrying, and it looks literally like the exact same outline, the exact same shape, even to the point where they have two ridges here on both, even on the lighthouse and on the torch. They look exactly alike in terms of shape. Another thing I couldn't help but wonder was the whole flame mechanism. When Boyd lights that flame up, it reveals this weird place. What if this flame is doing something similar, only on a much grander scale? What if it's this actual flame that putting this flame out might actually reveal Fromville to the rest of the world? What if this flame being lit is creating some kind of veil, some kind of barrier that is creating this pocket dimension-like place within Fromville, and putting that flame out might actually reveal it to everybody else. Putting that flame out might release everybody. And part of me starts to wonder, could that be the true purpose of Fromville? Is this place meant to be some kind of supernatural prison to keep all of these monsters and entities and all of our worst nightmares? Is this where all of our worst nightmares go to be trapped? Is this a prison, a supernatural prison for all of these things? And is that maybe the ultimate goal of some of these entities, to escape into the real world? I don't know. I think it's very tinfoily. I think probably it's not that. I think that's probably not the case, most likely. But I couldn't help the thought of entering my mind, so I figured I would at least do a video. I did a video on it a while back, but I don't know. It was a thought that I couldn't help but shake, that maybe this lighthouse was operating in a similar function that the torch did, just on a much grander scale. But I don't know. I'm probably 100% wrong, but just a thought. Just a thought.
I wonder if the flame is a thing that actually reveals the truth. Like, you have the thing with Boyd where he was in that dungeon place and he lit the flame and, changed things. The same with this tower. Is the boy in white, can he only communicate in the tower? Because the flame is lit? I don't know.
Maybe. Well, I mean, you bring up a good point, because this is the only time we actually see the boy in white ever physically speaking. Every other time he's appearing to someone else and conveying something to them, he's not actually moving his lips. Like when he appears to Sarah at the end of season 1 and directs them into the faraway tree, he's never physically speaking, and Boyd can never see the boy in white. Sarah's the only one that can see him. And when he's communicating with Sarah, you can see very clearly his mouth never moves. His mouth is shut the whole time, almost like he's kind of projecting. Almost like he's telepathically projecting this message into Sarah's mind. Because again, he was not physically talking. His mouth never moved once. It was shut the whole time. Yet Sarah is hearing him talking in her mind anyway. Similar to how she hears the voices, I would imagine. That's probably how it's like for her when she hears these disembodied voices, that it's just a voice that kind of just comes into her. But then when the boy in white is talking to Tabitha, when they're in the actual lighthouse, he is physically talking to her, and he physically pushes her out. You can actually see him physically talking to her, and he's actually moving his lips, and audio is coming out of it. So I always wondered, what was the difference? Why is he speaking normally at the lighthouse, yet when he's communicating with people outside of the lighthouse, it's more of a kind of telepathic voice thing that Sarah's hearing? Was that specific just to Sarah, because Sarah is able to kind of tune in and hear those voices? Or, like you said, is the boy in white, maybe his physical presence is kind of tethered to this lighthouse, and he can only maybe astral project in some ways?
That's a super cool connection for sure. I mean, it's a heck of a coincidence, or, or it actually means something. And I'm leaning towards it probably means something, right? I mean, there's things that they show that probably like may or may not have significance, and there's things that people see in the background and they apply significance to. But you're exactly right, and that's got to be a deliberate choice. That every other instance, he isn't he's like communicating telepathically essentially, and in this case he's actually for the first time too, the first instance of this character doing this action.
Yeah.
It's got to be deliberate, absolutely. So strange, man. But then and it's great, even if we take for granted that it's true. Maybe we establish that is a truth. Then what does it mean? What is the significance of it? And that's the answer leading to a new question.
And that's kind of how I definitely could see the season playing out that way, where every once in a while we'll get some kind of answer, but that answer is only going to lead to 1 or even 10 more questions potentially. But yeah,
and that's what I
know.
predicted for the rest of season 3, because we were talking about what we think is going to happen, and the pacing. They started off with a bang, but there's no possible way that they can have a barn scene or a nighttime chase scene every single thing, because there's not that. I mean, even if they've committed to killing a certain number of people, they can't kill people every time. And I think what they're going to do
and you don't want
in
to
the interim,
desensitize the audience either.
right?
When people are just getting killed left and right, when death starts to lose meaning in a series, it just starts to become hollow and just blood for the sake of blood. At that point, you want character deaths to have real meaning to them, so you don't want to do them too often, and when you do them, you want them to be profound and really affect not just the plot but the characters as well. So that's why I like From, as much as I would like to see some other characters maybe get it at some point, just because it kind of makes things exciting. I like how they're very much kind of holding back, and the deaths that they are displaying have been very profound, and they've had pretty big, impactful, statements to them.
And I was thinking about the episode, assuming that they can't do that they can't kill somebody every time. What are they going to do in the interim, to keep it from being boring? And I'm thinking what they're going to do is drip feed us with answers about things that we have been asking. So, and that's how they'll keep even the less, exciting, like the less action packed episodes, engaging and keep the fans enthused about it. I think if they drip feed us some answers to some of these like essential questions, or like as we had talked about, small questions, like not the ones that reveal the overarching show, but maybe a little more about talismans, maybe a little more about the origin of the monsters, if that's not too too revealing. But I think they're going to give us a little bit here and there to keep us engaged and to keep the noggins jogging in between the horrific deaths and stuff.
No, I like that because, like you said, you don't want to throw that in there too much. You don't want to have someone just dying every episode. You want these things to have meaning when they come around. Yeah, I like that. I think he's some kind of protector of the trees. That's pretty interesting. And someone, I think it was Anna, that was asking up here earlier, that why is Victor keeping track of the trees and why they move? That was one thing I was wondering early on as well. I guess the first thing we see Victor doing is he's measuring the distance from Colony House to the trees, and he's trying to figure out how much they've moved. And he finds out that they have moved like a few inches, I believe he says. But why exactly was he doing that? Was that just a foreshadowing of the winter that is eventually coming now? Because that's one thing Victor says, this place never changes. But all of a sudden, he's noticing the trees are starting to change. And then even our other characters start to notice that the trees are, the leaves on the trees are changing color for the first time and falling off of the tree, which is something that never happens here. So Victor kind of trying to measure the trees in the beginning, I always wondered if maybe that was just a foreshadowing of the winter that is now coming, the changing of the seasons, or if there's some other meaning to him measuring these trees and why they're moving. I'm not sure. I feel like it could be either or, but I don't know. Victor, he definitely seems very interested in these trees. That's for sure. Very interested. Even to the point where if you look at his peach truck map in the back, it almost looks like he has attempted to try and map out where certain faraway trees have taken him or taken other people in certain instances. When you look at his map, you see a lot of these pink lines, and just about every pink line on that map leads from one tree to another destination. Almost like at some point, maybe Victor or someone else was trying to maybe map where these faraway trees lead to see if it truly is all random, or if at some point you can discover some kind of pattern there, maybe. I don't know. But I do know one thing. This thing right here, this question from Daniel, has been a question I think a lot of us have very much been wondering ever since season 1. What or who was dragging the tent that Boyd and Sarah were in? Man, again, in terms of mysteries I want to learn the most, this is in the top 5. I would probably put that one in at least the top 5 questions that I would, if I could answer any 5 questions about the show, this would be in those 5 for sure. And again, I feel like we are going to get an answer to that this season. I feel like there's no coincidence why we got 2 references to whatever was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent. We got 2 references of it in this first episode alone. Yet you look at the entirety of season 2, they don't mention that tent a single time in season 2 after that happens. Yet here we are, season 3, episode 1. They already have made 2 different references to that tree, to that tent being dragged. So I do think we're going to get some kind of answer relating to that. I almost feel like the writers threw those 2 lines in season 3 just to maybe kind of refresh the audience's memory that that mystery is still out there. Because again, they don't even touch on it in season 2 at all. So I imagine for people that don't pay crazy close attention to the show like we do, like everybody here in the chat does, you know, for like the regular casual kind of viewers, maybe they threw that line in there just to kind of jog people's memory that that mystery still is unsolved. Because it's weird. You get 2 very distinct references to it from Boyd and from Jim just in this episode alone. And then we get that whole incident of Jim and Kenny when they're in that cabin. And we hear something walking up to the cabin and knocking on it. And if you actually watch that scene with the subtitles on, it gets even more kind of trippy because the subtitles say rustling outside, then you hear twig snapping, rustling outside, and then you hear banging on the wall, and then it says footsteps departing. It literally says footsteps leaving. So that leads me to believe that, you know, something was standing there. Now, was it necessarily a person or a monster? Or maybe something else entirely, but it seems like there was something that was actually walking away from the tent based on the subtitle description. But I don't know what the heck it was. Whatever was near this cabin, could that potentially have been the same thing that dragged the tent, maybe? I don't know. What do you guys think about the whole dragged tent thing? Rob, do you have one theory as to what maybe would have dragged the tent?
No, I've got nothing on that. Like, how? Why? Doesn't make sense.
Exactly. The why, I think I have an answer. I don't have an answer for the why, but I have a theory as to the why. And Ravener mentioned this earlier as well. We see that Boyd and Sarah are out there and they're kind of aimlessly just wandering, hoping to find something that'll give them an answer. Then they set up the tent and it gets, you know, almost violently dragged. But yet the next morning when they wake up, all of a sudden they're within spitting distance of the lighthouse, almost like whatever dragged the tent dragged them closer to the lighthouse to maybe help them. So I've always wondered, whatever was dragging that tent, was it trying to harm them? Was it trying to throw them off course? Or was it trying to help them? Because whatever was dragging them, I imagine it easily could have killed them if they wanted to. The talisman had fallen down at that point. They were completely vulnerable. Whatever that was could have easily killed them, I think. Yet it didn't. Not only did it not kill them, it actually dragged them to a place where the next morning when the sun away, or where when they're done getting dragged, they're literally within distance of the lighthouse light shining on the tent. So I start to wonder, whatever was dragging them, was it trying to get them closer to the lighthouse maybe?
Right. And don't even worry about it. Put his finger right on what I was thinking. You know, because, you know, it's funny to think that it's a spider, you know, a huge spider of some kind or something else. But it was occurring to me that, it may not even be a physical thing. It may just be an invisible force that pulled that kind of stuff, and all the damage to the tent could easily have just been from the branches and stuff in between. Again, it may have been a huge red herring, or what we're extrapolating anything about a giant spider is because where he ended up was covered with spider webs. But that does, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, there's a strong association, and, you know, there's nothing wrong with making that association. I mean, it's obvious, you would make that connection, but you know how tricky these shows are. It doesn't necessarily mean. And Michael Dice right after that in the chat said, you know, the foghorn and the sound was, and the light was right after that too. Which was echoed what happened with Tabitha, with the sound and everything in her not when she was there physically, but when she was having her vision, when she was in the when she's still digging her hole. But I did like how like you said, they brought it up twice, and really given us a hint that they are, and it was very astute to say that, they were kind of like refreshing people's memories of season 2, because so much time had passed, that was an unresolved piece. And then I loved that little interaction with Kenny and Jim right before here, saying, because they hadn't seen the spider webs at that point, and they're like, maybe whatever it was that dragged them past this, and Boyd and Sarah never saw this thing. They haven't reached the spider web part yet.
Dragged right past it. That's
But so it was kind of, some of it takes some stretch, some of it takes some suspension of disbelief, but even some of the stuff really, or like all the stuff that I'm seeing, makes sense if you squint enough. It's not throwing me out of the story by being so preposterous, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, this is Fromville at the end of the day, and every once in a while, just as as a very avid watcher of TV and film, sometimes you do kind of have to suspend disbelief every once in a while. I mean, it is TV at the end of the day, especially with horror and fantasy and sci-fi elements like this. But yeah, it's interesting. And did Tabitha see any spider webs? I don't know. I don't believe so. I don't believe Victor and Tabitha saw any spider webs when they were on their way to the bottle faraway tree. And then when Tabitha enters the bottle faraway tree, she kind of lands like really close to the lighthouse, like super close to it. So I'm not sure Tabitha ever saw the spider webs. It didn't look like the area that we saw her in the woods as she's approaching the lighthouse. It didn't look like there were spider webs around, but I could be wrong. I don't know. But this is another interesting one, and one we have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, who would be helping them though? Because
exactly,
we haven't seen anyone help them at all. I mean, you can make argument that the Boyd Whites helped them, but that's not even clear. So, what would be helping them that we don't know about yet?
I have no idea. That's another thing. That's the thing that kind of stumps me, is we've had no real clear indication of some other force out there that's actively helping them. Like you said, other than these boy in white occurrences where we're not 100% sure which way he leans. But I don't know. I kind of think back to some of the other evidence we've been giving, that there's a lot of other things out here that we have not been introduced to yet. In terms of Martin talking about the monsters being just quote unquote the tip of the spear. If that's the case, that means there's a center to the spear, there's a handle to the spear, and ultimately maybe there's even someone holding the spear. So I have a feeling we're going to get introduced to some other factions out here, and we were talking about this last night on the on Scarlet and Dana stream as well. And I believe Real mentioned it in terms of that there's got to be other people out there. Like, I wouldn't be surprised anyway if they at some point in time stumbled upon some other kind of people that are already in Fromville as well, another town, another little village, something along those lines. I feel like, can they really be the only people there? This place is so vast. We have no idea what else is out there. There's mountain ranges. We have no idea what's on the other end, on the other side of those mountains that Tabitha sees when she's at the top of the lighthouse. This place seems to be absolutely vast in terms of how far the forest goes on. So at some point, are they really the only people here? Or could there potentially be other people getting stuck here in some totally other part of the forest, maybe? I don't know. Because then we have this question right here. What about who created those tree mannequins? One of them looks like the lady that Elgin is seeing. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, huge question mark there. What exactly is this, these weird new totems that just got introduced?
Right. And they definitely look old. They look kind of like, tilted over. Yeah, not really maintained. That whole area appears to be not maintained, which begs the question, who like they were new at one point. All that stuff was new at one point. So who was there? Who built it? Who put all that stuff up? And then what happened to that?
Exactly. What happened to them? Indeed. I don't know.
I
don't know, but
the priest from the real world is really creepy.
A lot of people thought that. A lot of people thought that. Yeah, they thought he had more behind.
Seems to know more than he should about things.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, when Tabitha tells him this incredibly weird, out of this world story about her family being trapped in a place where they can't leave, where monsters come out to hunt them, he didn't even skip a beat. He didn't even blink. I mean, his reaction to that was incredibly calm. And, you know, part of that could just be, you know, he's a priest and he's trying to, you know, not freak her out. I mean, maybe he's well adept at hearing crazy stories. I mean, he is a priest after all. People probably confess some weird stuff at times, maybe. So maybe that was just his kind of priest training kicking in, not to kind of freak out hearing a crazy story. But yeah, I mean, his reaction was super weird, and it did kind of come off a little creepy at times in terms of, you know, what was the snack? You know, what was the snack and all? Well, you care about what the snack was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And
Unless
at
he was
the end of
just
the
trying
day,
to be
it wasn't until
relatable,
the
but
priest.
yeah. See, and I took it at face value, and I mean, I took it like he was just what he appeared to be,
Just being friendly.
you know,
Yeah.
trying to be helpful, because he did immediately when she was talking about the, you know, in the actual confessional, he was kind of just given standard platitudes, like the standard comforting statements. But then she, like when she left, then everything that they talked about outside of that. But yeah, Kiwi put her finger on it too. It was odd by asking specifically what was in the lunchbox. Was he just trying to keep her engaged, kind of thing, like in a you know, trying to keep her focused? Because, you know, when somebody
Because it
comes
was looking
looking
in the
like
lunchbox that revealed the address. If she never had looked in that
Exactly.
lunchbox when he said that, would she ever have found Victor's address? I mean, maybe eventually she would have found it, but she wouldn't have found it that quick.
Right.
There's also a really weird part where she's talking about her dead kid, and he's like, what was his name? She didn't say it was a he. So, I mean, it's either just total stab in the dark from him, or he's got some sort of knowledge already of it.
Oh shit! Really interesting. Yeah, and it was pretty. You know how Tabitha kind of is saying that she was blaming God for the death of her child. And we saw how that kind of led to probably her and Jim eventually getting a divorce, or getting ready to get a divorce when they are getting stuck here in Fromville. They're going on one last family hurrah before they broke the news to Julie and Ethan that they were splitting up. And I get the feeling that was probably because of the death of Thomas. It probably shattered their relationship. And you can kind of maybe understand that. I mean, I could only imagine what the death of a child would do to a couple. I mean, I don't even want to imagine it. But yeah, the priest, again, I mean, you know, and that's why I have to kind of train my brain every once in a while to be too careful what I dive too deep into. And like Ravener said, sometimes you kind of just have to take things at face value. I mean, and I feel like this priest instance might be a perfect example of that, where sometimes we kind of dive deeper and deeper into things that maybe aren't really there. And again, that's what makes the show so fun, but that's also what makes the show so hard to really solve, because by its very nature of being so mysterious, just by its very nature, we're going to kind of want to dive deep into almost everything we see. We're going to want to believe that there's a deeper meaning behind almost everything.
Yeah, we're suspicious of everything. And, you know, and that's the thing. I mean, for him to say, hey, you know, essentially to say, hey, you should look in the lunchbox, that is suspicious. But it's also suspicious to have just the address right there. I mean, it's way convenient. It's way too convenient. And I think sometimes the writers, I mean, you know, I won't call it cheaping out, but it is like they're going, they have a lot to get through. So they have to basically just have some things handed to the characters on the silver platter to move the plot forward, because they didn't really need to belabor that point, you know, to stretch out because ultimately what we needed is, or what we're going to need is Tabitha interacting with Henry. We're not the story isn't really served by dragging it out a whole, you know, with her, you know, too much longer, because like the stories that the theories that we all had based on the trailer, just like from little pieces, we had a huge, just convoluted, path from the hospital to, to the church, and then maybe
To
the
the priest being
priest might
involved and all
pottery
that.
and all that stuff, and we're relating it to things that we already know. It's natural. There's nothing wrong with it or embarrassing about it. You are
Yeah, that's
given
how you feel
things,
it.
you make that connection. You have to. Humans have to make connections to try to make sense of things.
We can only
But
compare the new stuff we got on the show to data we've received previously on the show. That's really all we can do at the end of the day. And like you
yeah,
said, by the nature of this thing throwing so much at us, sometimes you kind of dig deep into things that maybe are just surface level. But no, I
right.
like what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah. And I mean, but I now that we've seen it, I totally understand why they had to do it, because the story, especially when you have a banger last 10 minutes planned, it wouldn't
Yeah.
have been, having her wandering around aimlessly, or, because I mean, I know other people, I had thought like, well, maybe the lunchbox is going to be the key. And say maybe Eloise is a nurse at the hospital, and when Tabitha's being discharged, she's going to hand her possessions and recognize the lunchbox, and that would be the crux of it. But I guess but
we
given
did
what
kind
we've
of
seen,
get that. Yeah,
but
in a different context, but
right, but I mean, but it basically dispelled all notions of Eloise being introduced so directly. Maybe we know that that's going to be through Henry, whatever does happen.
Whatever happens there,
Yeah.
because I mean, there's the lunchbox is just way too specific of an item to give to Tabitha for it to not play a role in season 3. I think a lot of us were in agreement there, but no, like you said, I was very much convinced that maybe this lunchbox would bring Tabitha and Eloise together, and technically it could potentially still, I suppose, but it seems like it was more served so Henry could recognize it in Tabitha and kind of realize that, okay, something's up here. But yeah, there was also this, and this was actually something that we were discussing before the season even began. What if the priest has been visited before by someone with the same story? And that's exactly why we thought the priest was going to lead Tabitha to Henry or to Eloise, because we thought, what if there was this possible chance that Eloise did escape Fromville, and maybe this priest has heard this same story before from Eloise all these decades earlier, and now here he is, 40 years later, he's hearing a totally different person decades later saying the exact same story, and then all of a sudden the light bulb goes off in the priest's head, like, holy shit, that little girl wasn't crazy. That little girl was telling the truth. So no, that thought crossed our minds as well. Because I thought maybe that's how the priest would kind of point Tabitha in the right direction of Eloise. But again,
and
as
he's old
Ravener
enough.
mentioned, it seems like, and he's old enough. He's definitely old enough for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Has anyone ever heard of a toilet god named Kawayakami? I have not myself. I must say, I have not heard of Kawayakami. I will have to look it up and do some research on it, though. It sounds interesting. A toilet god. I don't know. We need for about a Tilly dancing in the rain with big red flags. Yeah, again, Tilly is like the poster child for characters that have just been sus by nature since they first arrived. But then again, maybe Tilly is another one of those instances where we're kind of looking too deep into her susness, and maybe she's just one of those quirky grandmother types. And I know you mentioned that as well, Ravener, I believe. So yeah, it's again, that's what's so fun about the show. But again, that's what's so challenging about the show at the same time, is sometimes we have to kind of pick and choose what things we think are worthy of dissecting a little bit more, and what things might just be regular surface level stuff. And again, trying to do separate the two is fun. But yeah, I don't know. We got $2 from Kristen Boswell. Thank you so much, Kristen, for the $2. Trees and 10 didn't move. The ground moved. Now, that's an interesting idea, that the ground might have moved. I mean, I suppose that's possible, but the next morning when they wake up, it looks like the tent is covered in rips and slashes and everything, like it was the actual tent that was getting dragged and not the ground moving. Because if you go back and look at that scene the next morning, you can see tons of kind of cuts and rips and tears in the actual tent. So that kind of led me to believe that it was the tent that was being dragged. But no, that's an interesting idea, though, that maybe the land itself was moving and not just the tent. That's an interesting idea. That's cool. And I suppose anything's possible. I suppose anything is possible. Wow. Awesome stuff tonight, guys. Awesome stuff tonight. And this, of course, is just going to be one of many. We are going to be diving head first into all things From all year long. I can't believe we're only one episode in. We've already been given this much incredible stuff to dissect and to dive into.
I know.
But yeah,
literally
this
like
is
16 hours of From content in the last 3 days.
last 3 days. Yes, and we get a gifted membership from the awesome Jen Hack. Thank you so much, Jen, who is another awesome supporter of the channel, like many of you are. I can't thank each and every one of you enough. You guys really are the absolute best. We got a gifted membership, and it looks like Katie Joe is a new member. Welcome, Katie Joe. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jen Hack, for the gifted membership. And thank you so much, Christian, as well, for the super chat. I definitely owe you guys a whoa. Whoa! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, again, I'm just so glad. I really am so thankful that we are back. We are back in Fromville. From has returned to us. I know we had, again, that extended hiatus that made us wait a little bit longer than usual in between seasons. But it seems like it seems like it was well worth the wait, I guess I would say. Because if this first episode is any indication as to how this season is going to progress, man, oh man, we are in for a pretty crazy freaking season. A pretty crazy season. But before I close it out, I want to leave everybody with one thing right here that Leah Bradley just gave me the idea, and I would love to hear everybody's answers in the comment section after the stream ends. Not right now in the live chat, but after the stream ends, the regular comment section will open just like any other regular YouTube video. After the stream ends, anybody that wants to participate, and anybody who does participate, we will be bringing up all of your suggestions on the next stream. So anyone who does participate in this will definitely make it a big topic for our next live stream. But Leah Bradley says top 5, and referring to the top 5 mysteries that Leah wants to get solved. Who threw the rope to Boyd? How did Victor survive so long? What is the red squid monster symbol? Yes. What does the Ankui mean? What does the symbol mean? And bonus, who was on the radio? Yes, Leah. And thank you so much for putting that in there, because again, you just gave me this idea on the fly. I would love to hear from each and every one of you, or again, for anybody who feels like participating after the stream ends. Again, not right here in the live chat, but after the stream ends, a regular comment section will open. Again, just like every other YouTube video has a comment section. Anybody who wants to participate, I would love to know, what are your top 5 mysteries that you guys want to be solved? Any mysteries at all, anything that has to do with Fromville, the future of the show, the past of the show, current, anything, nothing is off limits. What are the top 5 questions that you guys want answered? Or even if you only have a top 3 or a top 2, that is totally fine. Put as many as you want in there. And again, on the next stream, I will take a look at each and every one of them. If we do get any suggestions, again, we may get none, and that's totally cool. But if we do get some suggestions, anyone that does participate, I will be taking a look at every single suggestion that you guys raise and everyone that you put in there in that comment section. And we will go through each and every one of them on our next stream and find out just what exactly are the most burning questions that the fandom does want answered. And I guess before we close out, I will ask Rob and Ravener and you guys in the chat, what is one question that you want answered, Rob?
How does Jim get such a hot wife? No, my question would be, I'd want to know who was the radio voice. I think that's a good one.
Yes. That's definitely in my top 5 for sure. What about you, Ravener? What's one question you want answered? It doesn't have to be the biggest, but what is one you definitely want to get an answer to?
I mean, it came to my mind immediately. If it's not going to be the monsters, it's going to be, for me, it's talismans. What's the mechanics of it? How do they work? fire, water, air, earth, effing magnets. How do they work? How do the talismans work? I want to know. I want to know the physics of it. I want to know the supernatural of it. I want to know like what makes them effective. Anything, even the backstory of how it, like we talked about, sitting on the table, they're not effective. They have to be hung up on the wall. It seems like the touch it showed Sarah touching the one in the diner. It showed Lauren touching the one in her house, and it showed like every single time there was that Fatima, when she reactivated the one at Colony House during the massacre to secure the foyer. The touch seemed to be an element of activating the barrier of protection. I want to know all of that.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
What about you, Jeremy?
Love it, guys. For me, I mean, again, I'll throw my top 5 in the comment section after the stream, but if I'm picking just one, yeah, I mean, the voice at the other end of the radio has always been my personal biggest question that I want answered. I don't know why, I've just always really wanted that one, but since that one was already chose, what is another one? I guess Jade Symbol. I want to see what does Jade Symbol really mean? Jade's storyline has been one that I have been most intrigued with since the very beginning. So yeah, what exactly does this symbol mean that Jade is seeing? So that would be.
I heard something about that one.
Ooh.
Do you want me to elaborate, or no? You're going to end it right there.
Yeah, no. If you've heard a theory, I'm all ears.
The theory is it's just a star map to an exit.
Okay, it's a map. Okay, I like that idea. I like the idea that it could potentially be a map of some sort. Okay, interesting stuff. Love it. Yeah, who's the Red Cthulhu, says Woodrow. Yes, that's an interesting one. Answer about the symbols. Yes. Again, it looks like we have no shortage of mysteries to choose from at this point. But yeah, are the talismans an illusion and they don't do anything? That's a very interesting one. Is it all just an illusion and maybe the monsters are pretending they work only to reveal they don't?
That would be awesome. That would be so cool.
That would be nuts. That would be so nuts. Mine is Randall gets killed in the worst way. Who is Bert the giant spider? Wanting to know things about From drives me crazy, says Jen. Right? It's just absolutely nuts. Can you trap the monsters inside a building with a talisman outside? That is one thing we've wondered as well. Obviously, if the talisman was hanging up inside the wall with the monsters inside, that won't do any good. They can take it off the wall, they can throw it down. But if you were to get monsters inside in a closed space and hang the talisman up outside, I don't know. Would that potentially keep the monsters in? I don't know, but I feel like that's something that they should try at some point. That was actually the basis of my How to Trap a Monster video from season 1. If anybody wants to go back and check it, it's on my channel. I did a potential tinfoil, how could you potentially trap a monster video. And that was basically the premise. Maybe use a talisman in reverse kind of thing. So I like the way you're thinking, my friend. I like the way you are thinking. But yeah. Again, anybody that wants to participate, Chris Wiz said, I like to hear the voice that was writing on Sarah's arm, kill the boy. Ooh, yeah. What exactly was communicating with Sarah there? Yes,
that's a good one.
That's a really good one. Want to know where the hotel is, says Susie. Yes, absolutely. I think the symbol is a map of the way out. Hell yes, love it. Voice on the end of the radio, listen to Father Cautry's accent. Hell yeah, a lot of stuff that we are looking forward to, guys. Lot of big mysteries. But again, if anybody wants to participate, I would love to see some of you guys throw some suggestions down there in the chat. And again, we will talk about each and every one of your suggestions on the next stream. So again, after this live stream ends in about 2 seconds, and when I start playing the outro, once the stream is officially over and it's not live anymore, the regular comment section, like any other YouTube video, will open down below. So you guys, anybody who wants to participate, throw in your top 5 questions, or even if you just have a top 3, or even if it's just one, throw in what questions do you want to have answered the most in Fromville? What are the biggest mysteries, the biggest itches that you guys want scratched? throw them down into the comment section. And again, I will take a look and we will dive deep into all of them on our next live stream. And we will bring up every single one of your guys' suggestions, and we will find out exactly what are some of the most burning questions that the Fromville fandom is asking. And that's a good one right there, John Utah. What the heck happened to Jasmine? Man, what the heck happened to Jasmine? Yes. And did Smiley go to heaven? Yes. Love it. Love it. Love it. Again, awesome stuff, guys, tonight. I can't thank each and every one of you. Man, me and Ravener just said, we'll promise we're not going to do a 4-hour stream tonight. We'll keep it to around 2. And here we are, over 4 hours now. Jesus. I guess we just can't help it. I mean, between talking with everybody in the chat and all the numerous new stuff that we finally have to dissect just from this first episode alone, boy, time just ends up whipping right by. But there's no fandom I would rather spend the time with than you guys in the chat, diving into all of these insanely crazy mysteries. So again, big thank you to everybody who joined us tonight, and a big thank you to everybody who has been supporting the channel throughout. You guys have been the absolute best. Thank you.
Yeah. Familiar faces and then first timers, many of you guys. And I know some people are always like cautious or nervous about doing it for the first time. Putting yourself out there with a question. We're so pleased and honored and happy to address your questions, even little comments and stuff. I've loved seeing it, all the new faces, all the old the people that have been here before, people that have been off for a year, that didn't follow us with Shogun or other shows. Now they're back with they're watching our content. Over 200 almost all night. It was just it's a honor and a pleasure. And we want to do this and it's just going to get better with the watch parties on Sunday. A little more smooth, a little more, fluid with the mechanics of it. It's going to be awesome. And we're going to be here with you for the next 9 weeks, every step of the way. So thank you guys so much. Your points. Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. And of course, big thank you to our awesome special guest for joining us tonight, Rob the Replicator. Very much appreciate you, my friend. And don't be a stranger, man. You can pop by anytime you want. I'm always happy to hang out with you.
Yeah, I missed you guys. It was fun. It was fun coming in here.
Yeah, anytime, man. Anytime. Link is always available to you. You know that. Very much appreciate it. But again, huge thank you. Biggest thank you goes out to you guys down in the chat for all of the support and all of the awesome ideas and suggestions and theory crafting you guys have been putting forth to us, both here on the channel and in the Discord. You guys have created both of these places, have turned both of these places into some of the biggest kind of awesome from fandom hubs for some awesome and crazy fan theories. So I just can't thank you all enough. And thank you so much, Dana Marie, for $2. Jeremy and Ravener are the best. Well, thank you so much for that, Dana. But no, you guys are the best. Everybody that comes here and supports the channel, like Ravener said, whether you've been here since day one or whether you're just finding our first live stream right now tonight, I cannot thank each and every one of you enough. And you guys are the lifeblood of the channel. So again, big thank you. We will be live again later on this week. And of course, we will definitely be doing another live watch party Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the channel. And we will also be simulcasting the live watch party in our Discord, which allows much more people than it did last week. Last week, we actually reached our limit, which I didn't think we would ever do on a watch party. That's the first time we've ever actually reached our limit to how many people we could even have in there. But we have since boosted the server thanks to this awesome person right here, Ravener, and others in the Discord. So now we can allow much more people directly into the Discord for the watch party, or if you'd rather watch here and just hang out with us on YouTube and watch on your own device, either or is fine. But we will definitely be continuing our watch parties again this Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be diving in and watching the next episode of From with each and every one of you. So be on the lookout. I did just put out my episode 1 in-depth breakdown video just released today. So check that one out if you haven't already. And either tomorrow or Thursday, the latest, I will have my episode 2 trailer breakdown up as well. But until next time, big thanks to everybody out there. Stay safe, guys, in this crazy, crazy world we find ourselves in. Be kind to one another. And as always, keep those tinfoil hats on, folks. And I will see you on the next one.